on earth, peace. What kind of a peace do I mean, and what kind of a peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana, enforced on the world by American weapons of war. Not the peace of the grave or the security of the slave. I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time. I speak of peace, therefore, as the necessary, rational end of rational men. I realize the pursuit of peace is not as dramatic as the pursuit of war, and frequently the words of the pursuers fall on deaf ears, but we have no more urgent task. First, examine our attitude towards peace itself. Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal. But that is a dangerous, defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that war is inevitable, that mankind is doomed, that we are gripped by forces we cannot control. We need not accept that view. Our problems are man-made. Therefore, they can be solved by man, and man can be as big as he wants. No problem of human destiny is beyond human beings. Man's reason and spirit have often solved the seemingly unsolvable, and we believe they can do it again. So let us persevere. Peace need not be impractical, and war need not be inevitable. By defining our goal more clearly, by making it seem more manageable and less remote, we can help all people to see it, to draw hope from it, and to move irresistibly towards it. No government or social system is so evil that its people must be considered as lacking in virtue. As Americans, we find communism profoundly repugnant as a negation of personal freedom and dignity. But we can still hail the Russian people for their many achievements in science and space, in economic and industrial growth, in culture, in acts of courage. Among the many traits the peoples of our two countries have in common, none is stronger than our mutual abhorrence of war. Almost unique among the major world powers, we have never been at war with each other, and no nation in the history of battle ever suffered more than the Soviet Union in the Second World War. At least 20 million lost their lives. So let us not be blind to our differences, but let us also direct attention to our common interests and the means by which those differences can be resolved. And if we cannot end now our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity. For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal.
3 months later, September 20th, 1963, the president would present a remarkable proposal to the world at the United Nations, a proposal almost unknown today.
Finally, in a field where the United States and the Soviet Union have a special capacity, in the field of space, there is room for new cooperation, for further joint efforts in the regulation and exploration of space. I include among these possibilities a joint expedition to the moon. Space offers no problems of sovereignty. By resolution of this assembly, the members of the United Nations have forsworn any claim to territorial rights in outer space or on celestial bodies, and declared that international law and the United Nations Charter will apply. Why, therefore, should man's first flight to the moon be a matter of national competition? Why should the United States and the Soviet Union, in preparing for such expeditions, become involved in immense duplications of research, construction, and expenditure? Surely we should explore whether the scientists and astronauts of our two countries, indeed of all the world, cannot work together in the conquest of space, sending someday in this decade to the moon, not the representatives of a single nation, but the representatives of all of our countries.
Now, the very fact that most Americans, indeed most of the world, don't even know that President Kennedy was proposing that joint Soviet-U.S. mission to the moon might go a long way to explain why we are in the situation we're in today throughout the world. Now, many are commemorating today. There was an article that was published, written by Katrina vanden Heuvel and James Carden, called "What Kind of Peace Do We Seek?" At 60, JFK's speech never gets old. And they concluded, "Today we stand perilously close to nuclear escalation as the administration," meaning the Biden administration, "ignores the red lines it set and succumbs to assorted hawks by agreeing to send F-16s to Ukraine. One can only hope President Kennedy's message, delivered 6 decades ago this Saturday, somehow and in some way is understood by a new generation inside and outside Washington, D.C., and has an impact on the course of war and peace." Actually, we can do more than hope. We have to do more than hope. And in order to introduce our next speaker, I want to reference that what she had done is to write an urgent appeal by citizens and institutions from all over the world, including the United States, to the next president of the United States. And that appeal has highlighted that we are at an even greater danger of thermonuclear war at this time. More than that, over the course of more than a year, or approximately a year now, she's been the author of and the proponent of a new security and development architecture. And the Schiller Institute has been in the forefront of proposing that, as many others have put forward various forms of peace proposals from China, Brazil, and other nations. And so this morning, she will begin our presentations, and it's always my honor to introduce the founder and head of the Schiller Institute, Helga Zepp-LaRouche. Good morning, Helga.
Good morning. Well, I greet all of you. We are commemorating, as Dennis just said, one of the most important speeches of the post-war period. The speech given by John F. Kennedy 60 years ago in the American University, his very, very famous peace speech. But we are not doing it in an academic manner. We are doing it with a dramatic worldwide mobilization of as many forces as possible and as an urgent appeal to the US government to return to the outlook expressed by John F. Kennedy, that the United States must return to become a force of peace in the world, not, as Kennedy said, a Pax Americana enforced on the world by American weapons of war, but the kind of peace that makes life on Earth worth living. Because we are concerned that the world is dangerously close to the possible outbreak of a new world war, which this time would be a thermonuclear one, and therefore mean the annihilation of all life on Earth. From this coming Monday on, in 2 days from now, over Germany, there will start the largest NATO air maneuver since the end of the Cold War, the Air Defender 23, with the largest maneuver transfer of 100 fighter jets from the United States to Germany, including the nuclear-capable stealth F-35, as well as 120 more fighter jets from other countries. The basis of the maneuver is an air war against an imaginary enemy who as well commands a potent air force. And it is quite obvious who that would be. Under the present condition of an escalating war in Ukraine, some military accident or error of a pilot very easily can be misread as an act of aggression. There have been recently more and more Ukrainian strikes into the territory of Russia, and the Russian air surveillance for sure will be on high alert observing the NATO maneuver. Russian observers who could verify that the maneuvers are not a pretext for the preparation of a nuclear attack have not been invited. Even so, this maneuver has been prepared since 2018. To actually carry it out under conditions of a hot war in the middle of Europe puts the world at the risk of extinction, even if there were no intention, just a misfortune. This maneuver must be called off before it starts. With an obviously insane proposal to drive nuclear brinkmanship to the extreme under the headline "The Key to Ending War in Ukraine, Attacking Crimea," John E. Herbst, the senior director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center, and Daniel Fried, a fellow at the Council, have now repeated the proposal by the British Royal United Service Institute, RUSI, of a year ago to end, in quote, the Ukraine war by creating a Cuban Missile Crisis on steroids, by having Ukraine attack Crimea. By destroying the Kerch Bridge, Ukraine would first take Crimea, and then fissures in Putin's regime would grow, and he would then fall, and then Russia would accept to have lost the war. Not one mention of the utmost danger that this would cross the ultimate red line of the presently strongest nuclear power, Russia, and a demonstrated ignorance about the lack of the kind of back-channel discussion which existed between Kennedy and Khrushchev. This proposal obviously reflects the thinking of a major faction in the Anglo-American establishment for which the Atlantic Council is the mouthpiece. In addition to the member of the British Empire and former commander of the UK and NATO chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear forces, retired British Army Colonel Hamish de Bretton-Gordon, is asserting without the slightest proof that President Putin would be preparing the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant as an improvised nuclear weapon. Therefore, the West should act urgently to stop Putin with whatever it takes, he says. These proposals are sheer madness. What should cause every sane person on the planet to be alarmed on the highest degree is not only the fact that it has become normal for the mainstream media to publish such nuclear warmongering poison, but that almost all Western establishments don't denounce such irresponsible utterings, but go along with the official narrative about Putin's unprovoked war of aggression. The situation today is far more dangerous than during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and far more dangerous than during the intermediate range missile crisis in the beginning of the 1980s. But the public awareness has been squashed by a relentless war propaganda which has demonized Russia and increasingly China, and seemingly eradicated any historic memory in parts of the population, and leaves others with a feeling of despair about what to do. Indeed, what is to be done in this amazingly dangerous moment of history? The Schiller Institute is circulating internationally an appeal to the President of the United States, that is President Biden, to urgently return to the policies of John F. Kennedy, as it is expressed in his peace speech given today 60 years ago. My late husband, Lyndon LaRouche, was emphatic that the Kennedy assassination, and especially the cover-up of his murder by the Warren Commission, represented a deep cut, a dramatic change in the paradigm of American politics, a takeover of what President Eisenhower had called the military-industrial complex, and that the transformation of the kind of US Kennedy was talking about, a US standing for not merely the peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women, not merely a peace of our time, but a peace for all time, into a US insisting in the Pax Americana of an unipolar world, which had been started to be put into motion then. And with Kennedy, his limitless confidence in the perfectibility of man and the power of his credibility was assassinated, and a downward spiral into the present deep cultural crisis began. And it is not exaggerated to say that the present horrible situation with mass shootings every 16 hours, with the dramatic suicide rate among youth, the spreading drug addiction, and the hopelessness for the poorer parts of the population are the result of what it meant for the American society that the assassination of an elected president and the cover-up could take place without that those responsible were held for it responsible. According to the Kennedy Assassination Record Collection Act of 1992, on October 26, 2017, the so-called assassination records were to be publicly disclosed, unless, quote, the President of the United States certifies that, first, continued postponement is made necessary by an identifiable harm to the military defense, intelligence operations, law enforcement, or conduct of foreign relations, and that second, the identifiable harm is of such gravity that it outweighs the public interest in the disclosure. Now, that expiration date occurred during the office of President Trump, who always had promised that he would release these files. The date passed, and according to Judge Napolitano, Trump told him, "Judge, if you saw what I saw, you would know why I can't release them." So what would be the harm of such a gravity that it would outweigh the public interest in disclosure? I think this brings us to the crux of the matter. Robert Kennedy Jr., the nephew of John F. Kennedy and the son of the equally murdered Robert Kennedy, recently revealed what was the suspicion of his father. What could be a harm of greater gravity than to have a global nuclear war which would extinguish the human species and all memories of it, because there would be nobody left to even investigate the question of how it came to this unparalleled tragedy? Is it not the most urgent task for everybody who has some capacity to do everything possible to release these records fully, and not in the controlled piecemeal fashion the National Archive is presently doing? If it came to a nuclear war, then the murder of Kennedy and the cover-up could turn out to have been the punctum saliens in the sense of Friedrich Schiller's definition, whereby a trajectory was started which led to the catastrophe. Likewise, if the possibility of nuclear annihilation is to be averted for good, it absolutely does require that the President of the United States returns to the paradigm of Kennedy's peace speech. Apart from the immediate crisis around Ukraine, the world is undergoing right now an epochal change, of which only a few are aware in the West, but many more people are conscious of it in the countries of the global South. The effort by the collective West, the US, Great Britain, the EU, and strangely Japan, which thinks it's part of the West, to maintain an unipolar world, which Fukuyama thought would emerge after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the so-called end of history, as a continuation of the Wolfowitz doctrine, did not work out. Rather than submitting to the rules-based order which is a highly flexible concept depending where it is applied, the countries of the Global South saw it as more advantageous to cooperate with China's Belt and Road Initiative and realize real economic development than to remain in a de facto colonial status dictated by these rules, such as the conditionality of the IMF or the yoke of appropriate technologies, which denies basic infrastructure projects, the precondition for serious industrialization. The 6 extensions of NATO to the east, now threatening to become global NATO, went along with the weaponization of the dollar and sanction regimes against any country that did not want to fit into this unipolar world. As a result, there was an epochal blowback, clearly not anticipated by the advocates of the worldwide spread of the neoliberal system as the only alternative. In an act of self-defense, these nations are now looking for a different system, which allows for the development of their economies, and many have the goal to become a middle-level income country in the relative short term. Over 30 of them have applied or are trying to apply as members of the BRICS Plus, and the spirit of Bandung, the great aspiration of the non-aligned movement, has come back, and this time more powerfully since it has the cooperation of China and the Belt and Road Initiative. If the United States and the countries of the attempted global NATO continue to try to decouple or de-risk from that overwhelming majority of the human population, which represents around 85% of mankind, it would be absolutely tragic. If the world would separate into 2 basic blocks, it would not only harm the world economy enormously, it would almost certainly lead to a third world war, even if the crisis around Ukraine could be diffused in the short term. It may not be obvious to the average American or German, but it is for sure obvious to the intelligence services that the image of countries like the United States, Great Britain, and Germany have suffered tremendously. Germany, for example, which used to be admired internationally for its scientific discoveries and classical culture, has become the laughingstock around the world, leaving nuclear energy without having an alternative, with a government incapable of moving against the culprits of the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipelines, or defending its people against the deindustrialization of half of its economy, which threatens to throw all of Europe into economic and social chaos. And for the United States, the country which was once the beacon of hope and the temple of liberty is now feared, or worse. According to a study by the Watson Institute of the Brown University, the death toll of the wars after 9/11 is at least 937,000 people due to direct war violence, including armed forces on all sides of the conflict, contractors, civilians, journalists, and humanitarian workers. But many times more have died indirectly in these wars due to the ripple effects like malnutrition, damaged infrastructure, and environmental degradation, an estimated 3.7 million, so more than 4.5 million altogether. Many may regard this as a utopian idea that the US President Biden, could use the 60th anniversary of Kennedy's speech as the occasion to find a way to make peace with Russia and China, the way Kennedy approached this question, by showing respect for the interest and historic contribution of the other. If these critics turn out to be right, all of humanity could end in a tragedy. But maybe this vision could be one which is adopted by the American people, that President Biden should become the great peacemaker of our time and find a place in history that does not end, that it ceases to exist because of nuclear war, but that establishes a new era of mankind where all nations live together in a genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind of peace that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and to build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for the Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace for all time. It is definitely something to fight for. Thank you.
Thank you, Helga. And if you've just joined us, you are watching a conference of the International Schiller Institute, The World Needs JFK's Vision of Peace, held on the 60th anniversary of the American University peace speech of President John F. Kennedy. You've just heard the founder and the head of the Schiller Institute, Helga Zepp-LaRouche, who has recently convened what is called the International Peace Coalition to implement the vision of JFK's speech. There's a press release that's been released about that. It's available on the Schiller Institute site, and we certainly welcome everyone after this is concluded to join that organization and also find out more about it. You'll be hearing from some of the people who actually helped to convene it a little bit later on in this program. On October 26th of 1963, less than a month before he was killed, President Kennedy gave remarks at Amherst College referencing his friend, the poet Robert Frost, who had died in January of that year. And what he had to say there, and what he had to say about the role of the artist there, may surprise you. It will give you a further idea and fuller idea of who he was, and more importantly, a fuller idea of what we're doing today in this conference.
The men who create power make an indispensable contribution to the nation's greatness. But the men who question power make a contribution just as indispensable, especially when that questioning is disinterested. For they determine whether we use power or power uses us. Our national strength matters, but the spirit which informs and controls our strength matters just as much. This was the special significance of Robert Frost. He brought an unsparing instinct for reality to bear on the platitudes and pieties of society. His sense of the human tragedy fortified him against self-deception and easy consolation. I have been, he wrote, one acquainted with the night. And because he knew the midnight as well as the high noon, because he understood the ordeal as well as the triumph of the human spirit, he gave his age strength with which to overcome despair. At bottom, he held a deep faith in the spirit of man. And it's hardly an accident that Robert Frost coupled poetry and power, for he saw poetry as the means of saving power from itself. When power leads man towards arrogance, poetry reminds him of his limitations. When power narrows the areas of man's concern, poetry reminds him of the richness and diversity of his existence. When power corrupts, poetry cleanses.
Harley Schlanger, spokesman for the LaRouche organization, is now going to read a special message which was given to this conference. Harley?
Thank you, Dennis. This is a message of greetings from Dr. Andrei Kortunov, the Director General of the Russian International Affairs Council. To Helga Zepp-LaRouche, to Harley Schlanger, to Schiller Institute members and participants in this event. It was 60 years ago when John F. Kennedy made his historic speech about the challenge of nuclear weapons. After the Cuban Missile Crisis, this challenge was on the very top of the global political agenda. Is it still the case today? Hardly so. The international public opinion no longer prioritizes the threat of nuclear annihilation as the crucial concern overshadowing other important problems and threats. Politicians, researchers, journalists, and bloggers all over the planet are distracted by issues that look more urgent and less complicated. International public opinion focuses on plastic bags much more than on nuclear missiles. The plastic bag problem is part of leading political parties' programs. National and international projects to reduce plastic production are being adopted and implemented. Prices for polyethylene containers in stores have increased sharply. Public awareness campaigns are being run to improve household waste disposal practices. Unfortunately, nothing even remotely similar to that is observed with regard to nuclear missiles. On the contrary, even the very modest achievements in nuclear disarmament of the past 50 years are turning to dust before our eyes. Anti-nuclear weapon zeal has long gone out of fashion and has become an attribute of just a few outcasts. It must be honestly acknowledged that the historic task of an orderly and safe transition from the old model of nuclear arms control of the 20th century to a new model of the 21st century has failed to materialize. The current generation of politicians and statesmen has not shown the wisdom, responsibility, or strategic vision of their predecessors. This means that the world is entering a dangerous period where security problems will only get worse. This is not a good enough reason to sit back and do nothing. The time for a new model of nuclear arms control will come sooner or later. The costs are too high, and the risks of an upcoming nuclear isolationism are high as well. It is possible to bring an era of revived nuclear disarmament closer if we borrow the methods used for dealing with environmental problems, such as international expert cooperation, public awareness campaigns involving pop culture stars, lobbying in parliaments, and much more. If we discard the clearly obsolete myths and archaic stereotypes that make the nuclear sphere something mystical and sacred, the difference between dealing with nuclear missiles and plastic bags will not seem as big as we might think.
Thank you, Harley. And if you've just joined us, you're watching a conference of the International Schiller Institute, The World Needs JFK's Vision of Peace. And that was just Harley Schlanger, spokesman for the LaRouche organization, delivering a special message prepared for today's conference from Mr. Kortunov. Helga Zepp-LaRouche, a little earlier in her remarks, referred to the issue of the Kennedy assassination. And certainly today, throughout the United States, as we watch the second indictment of a former president of the United States, and as we watch the concerns of the American people about trust in their government, and as we watch the disappearing of journalists and the suppression of freedom of thought, matters that pertain to and are related to that assassination are certainly recalled. In the case of an important, both not only contributor, but a co-founder of the Schiller Institute, the economist and statesman Lyndon LaRouche, he was more than familiar not only with these injustices, but suffered those injustices himself. And what we're going to do is to play you an excerpt from an interview done with Lyndon LaRouche in a period in which he was incarcerated wrongfully and unjustly. And he's being interviewed on what he thought about the nature of the Kennedy assassination.
Welcome to the International Connection. Today we continue our conversation with Lyndon LaRouche from his jail cell in Alexandria, Virginia.
The point is, was Kennedy killed because he was John F. Kennedy, or was President Kennedy killed because he was president?
That's the problem.
And that's right, and I lean to the second one.
Because he was the president.
That's right. He happened to have the misfortune of being the president at the time, which is the primary reason for it.
So there were forces. I mean, Kennedy even said there was a government behind his back. There was this group behind him that was orchestrating a lot of these crises.
It was essentially, it's not unknown who they are.
Well, the Rockefellers, would they be part of them?
So I think the Rockefellers, that's where I would get off Peter a bit on with my own view, is that I think that's exaggerated. Yes, the Rockefeller interest is very specific. I know the thing. I've done a lot in exposing it. David Rockefeller is certainly no friend of mine.
Yes.
But I think that misses the point because it makes it too narrow and makes it too linear.
Right. In other words, it's the idea of the Fondi. It's a group of associates.
There's a social formation to the effect that no one individual or no one individual group determines the group. It's the inner within the group that determines what the group does.
Right, and that's why they can't put the finger on who killed Kennedy, those kind of things. They can't.
More than that, I think the problem is more than that. When you organize an assassination of that type of a president of the United States, a conspiracy which operated on the scale of which that thing operated. Remember, the killing of Kennedy enveloped and overlaid efforts to assassinate Charles de Gaulle.
Yes.
The same operation, in effect.
Yep.
So it's a vast conspiracy. Now, when you get a vast conspiracy, what makes a conspiracy work is a lot of deception within the conspiracy and a lot of exploitation of the particular motivation of people who are drawn into playing particular roles. So that if you interrogate somebody and say who pulled a trigger and say, why was the President of the United States killed? Why'd you shoot him? This fellow might have a motive. He might simply say, because I was paid to do so.
Yes.
Or somebody else might explain a motive. That might have been the motive for their behavior or the induced motive. That doesn't mean that's why the thing happened. So that it comes to a question, the people who planned this, and I don't think I should name it on the air,
yes,
but the people who planned this were functioning at a very high level. So they knew what they were doing, unlike people on a lower level who may not have known fully what they were doing, apart from the killing. And even some didn't know they were involved in the killing.
Say that again?
They knew that they were destabilizing the institution of the presidency of the United States.
You just said those people in the low levels didn't know what they were...
I didn't know the full implications of what
they were doing.
They knew what they were doing, but they didn't know what somebody else intended this to lead to.
Yes.
And what they were doing was destabilizing, particularly with a cover-up, the Warren Commission cover-up. The combination of the assassination with the cover-up actually did destabilize the United States, destabilize the institutions of government of the United States, destroyed the presidency as an efficient instrument of government, as a constitutional instrument. And the fellows who organized this thing at that level knew they were doing this. So therefore, I say, if they weren't out to kill Kennedy, though somebody may have come up with motives for killing John F. Kennedy, they were out to kill President Kennedy because he was president.
The institution.
The institution.
Okay, you've made that clear. Now let's...
What, however, do you do if you're a leader and you may not know all of the implications of an assassination in the moment? We supply here an usually unavailable video of Martin Luther King speaking the day after the assassination. King is 34 years old. The quality of the video is not so good. It gets better as it goes along. But the content of what he has to say may send a chill down your spine.
Dr. King, many have said that you helped put President Kennedy in the White House. In light of what has happened, do you regret that?
Well, I'm not at all a political analyst, but there are those who contend that the Negro vote had a great deal to do with President Kennedy being elected, and that many Negroes were influenced to vote for the president because of a call that he made to my wife during an arrest here in Georgia. Now, if this had anything to do with it, I certainly don't regret it, because I think President Kennedy made a most significant contribution in civil rights. And while he may not have done all that some feel that he should have done, I would be the first to say that President Kennedy came forth with the most comprehensive civil rights bill that we have ever had from any president. And he had a great understanding of the depths and dimensions of the problem. And I really feel that he was a friend to the cause of civil rights. And he created a climate of civil rights concern in Washington and in the nation.
You have had attempts made on your life and have been threatened perhaps even tonight. what is it like to walk under this constant threat?
Well, it's often difficult, but when you live with it so long, you almost become immune to being afraid as a result of these threats. I guess you have to come to the point of looking at these things philosophically, and this is where I have decided to stand. I believe firmly that this cause is right, and that someone must have the courage and the fortitude to stand up for it, even if it means suffering or even if it means death. I always felt that unmerited suffering is redemptive, and even if I have to die for this cause, if physical death is a price that others will have to pay, then it is a price that is paid to free the soul of our nation and to free our children from a permanent spiritual death. And in this sense, I think it is very redemptive, or it can be, even if it occurs.
Thank you, Dr. King.
Academy Award-winning film director Oliver Stone, who, of course, made the movie JFK more than 30 years ago, gave an interview to Declaring Independence, which is a platform run by Jose Vega and Kynan Thistlethwaite. He had some words about the American University speech.
So I believe that John Kennedy's peace speech at American University in June of 1963, it's a commencement speech he gave, was one of the classic speeches of American history, up there with FDR's Depression speech and Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. And it's one of the great eloquent speeches written by Ted Sorensen and him. It gets to the essence of American generosity and cooperation, because cooperation is the without cooperation, this world will perish. We need to cooperate. And anyone who's following the world situation can see that America has gone wrong and is hostile and very nervous about its position in the world. It's questioning its right to be at the center and going after any country that challenges it, whether it's China, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Russia. These countries have not challenged us. They're just trying to get their space and their air, and what comes to them, their national interests are what matters to them. And we're not taking that into account. We say that their national interests are against our values. Well, that's not so. That's not so. You have to re-examine what American values are and what the sovereign interests of other nations are. When you realize that, you'll realize that there are no enemies, really. There are no enemies unless you pick a fight. It's like a schoolyard, you got to go pick a fight, and you got to call the other guy names and all that kind of stuff. And that's what we've been doing. Look at the other side and look what they're saying, and try to listen always to what the other side says. Know your supposed enemy, because maybe he's not your enemy. Maybe he's your friend or your partner.
If you've just joined us, we want to welcome you to our international conference of the Schiller Institute. The world needs JFK's vision of peace. And I think people generally would know that's the filmmaker Oliver Stone, maker of the film JFK. We're now we mentioned before that Helga Zepp-LaRouche recently convened an international peace coalition to implement the vision of JFK's American University speech. And we're honored to have with us today to speak to us one of the members of that committee, one of the conveners of that committee. This is President Donald Ramotar, former president of Guyana. Welcome, sir. Glad to see you, as always.
Thank you. Glad to see you, too. Good morning or good afternoon for wherever you are. We are meeting today exactly 60 years since President Kennedy made one of his most important speeches of his life. It was a speech with a clear blueprint for the world to advance towards world peace. This speech itself was distinguished by a strong recognition of the realities of the day and by elaborating a realistic roadmap towards the objective of world peace. It was a bold speech in which the president did not allow himself to be intoxicated with the power he had at his disposal as commander-in-chief of the most powerful military in the world. Instead, it was brutally frank in his conclusion that a nuclear war was and still is unwinnable and should not be fought. It is important to appreciate what were the factors that formed President Kennedy's ideas and made him come up with such a fantastic speech that really reflected the sentiments, not only of the people of the United States at that time, but of the people, of the peace-loving people of the whole world. In the first place, it certainly had to do with his experience in the Second World War. He himself having first-hand experience of what war like, having participated in combat during the Second World War. He was expressing the sentiments of that generation which experienced those horrors, as he pointed out in speech, of the Second World War, in which some 60 million persons were killed, almost half of that from the Soviet Union. Now, of it, the Russian people were the leading force. This is unfortunately too many people with that experience have gone, and the world seems to be forgetting the horrors that really took place. Our media, they're not pointing out the horrors of war, but instead they're glorifying the power of weapons. The other factor I think that helped to form President Kennedy's views was the year before. It was he himself was at the center of what nearly became a thermonuclear catastrophe. I'm speaking about the Cuban Missile Crisis. The world was on the brink, and that must have had a sobering effect on him. While he was an ardent anti-communist, he obviously was also extremely realistic and had great respect and even admiration for the achievements of the Soviet Union in industry, in science, and in space exploration. How different is that today when our media try to portray Russian people as ignorant, Russian leaders as brutish, and even encouraging kind of attacking them. And in fact, probably that helped them to provoke Russia in pushing Russia into the situation that we are in today. Whatever else we may think about Kennedy, and I personally, as a Guyanese, have a lot to blame him for what happened in our own country. That speech showed a deep and genuine commitment to work to bring about real world peace. In this regard, he called for and took bold actions in the direction of nuclear and general disarmament. Today, much has changed. The quality of leadership in the first place, I would say, the quality of leadership that we have in the Western world in particular, in the NATO countries, it's completely different from what it was. You had people like John Kennedy and Charles de Gaulle, realistic persons who did not agree with everything, but they were willing to recognize the realities on the ground and sought to make the world a better place. The quality of such leaders, which I'm sure still exists somewhere in the US and in other parts of the Western world, but unfortunately, there seems to be sidelined, marginalized, and even oppressed. The focus today is to dominate and to exploit the world, both exploit both friends and foes, as we see. Indeed, the friends of the US are nations that are willing to accept its diktats and allow itself to be exploited and abused. And this is what we're seeing happening in Europe today. Everything that the European Union, the leaders in the European Union are doing are against the interests of their own people. But they seem to be helplessly following a lead from the United States. And some of them are even seems to be contesting to be the greatest puppets of all the rest of the leaders. That is the condition in Europe. That is the condition in Europe today. No opposition to U.S. dictation. Leaders like de Gaulle have become extinct. Leadership is not by knowledge and the power of reason persuasion, but force and threat of force, of forceful regime change of administrations, and of persons, leaders, countries who don't toe a particular line. Fear dominates many people in the third world, afraid that if they take a stand against some of these positions of NATO and the United States, that they will be worked and undermined and even overthrown. The media, which was relatively free in those times, are now deeply captive, and they have links. There are probably common ownership with finance capital and also with industrial capital, and of course with the military industrial complex. Coupled with that, I think it's also directly linked to the deep state that we hear so much about, that the great security apparatus that has been built up in these countries, some of them built up to fight against communism, some were built up to fight against terrorists, have now become Frankenstein monster and are in some ways even in control ahead of elected representatives of the people. The ownership of the mainstream media is really tied up completely, and therefore they have lost objectivity and have had a new mission, and that is to convince people against their will. Thus, we do not have any more freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Countries like Russia and China are not shown any respect for their great achievements. Instead, they are portrayed as being ignorant and stupid and brutish. Free speech is now one of the rare commodities of our world. The masses in the West are possibly the least informed persons and/or the most misinformed people in our world. That has helped to weaken the peace movement in the West, because as Helga just mentioned, the situation today is even more dangerous than it was in 1962. Yet the peace movement is not as strong as it was in those days, not as strong as it was in the 1970s and the 1980s, not as strong as it was even at the beginning of this century, when so many millions of people took to the street to oppose the war in Iraq. Today, the wonderful achievements of science and technology, which has the possibility of giving every person a life of abundance, is being instead used to create more massive destructive weapons. They now threaten life itself on our earth. During the same year of 1963, Guyana established its first university, and it was a remarkable achievement, being the only colonial people that established a university. It opened the door for the first time to that level of knowledge for the ordinary people of our land. The international situation was also reflected in the inaugural speeches on October 1st of 1963. The first Vice Chancellor of the university, the distinguished academic Sir Lancelot Hogben, who was famous not only for many, many books, but made more particularly for his famous book, Mathematics for the Millions. In his speech, like John Kennedy, he captured the time in his remarks that are still relevant and acts as a warning for us today. He spoke about establishing a university geared to the needs of a society on the threshold of what may be a golden age of nuclear power or a brief episode of nuclear annihilation. He went on to add, we can choose the benefits of which science discovery invites us to share with the prospects of hitherto inconceivable, more abundant life for all. Alternatively, we can choose a common coffin of nuclear annihilation for men and women of every creed, country, and color. That is the choice that is facing up even more starkly today than when Sir Lancelot made these remarks. And it really, I think, captures our time just as well as John F. Kennedy's speech is so relevant at this point in time. This conference today is very important. It has brought us together from varied countries and backgrounds with varied opinions. What we have in common is the need for peace and disarmament in our world. This is therefore a meeting of hope. I believe that we have got to see the difficulties we have and to work to try to correct them. One of our first duties is to try to break the masses out of the mental imprisonment which the mainstream media has placed on them in most of our societies. This means that we must use all means available to us to spread the truth or to give people information so that they can form their own opinions. This also imposes on us the responsibility of raising our voices for an increase in our solidarity activity with people like Julian Assange and solidarity with journalists who have been attacked and even killed by governments, by drug traffickers, and others that are directly attacking those who are trying to practice their professionalism in the best spirit. We must not negate any legitimate methods to organize and mobilize the masses to take action. In so doing, we are involving people to save their own lives. And one of the things I will propose here is that the speech by John F. Kennedy should be circulated not only to President Biden, but I would think it should be sent to every single member of Congress and the Senate of the United States and to the leaders of other countries in the world, particularly those who head the most aggressive alliance, the NATO alliance. And this could be an appeal to their conscience, an appeal to the masses for peace. We must make these things as widely public as possible. We must not allow ourselves to be dictated by all kinds of, we must not allow ourselves to be distracted by all kinds of frivolous issues that are not so important. We must not get involved in fights about irrelevant matters that make us divert our attention from the main issues in the world today. That is the fight for peace, for the fight for improving the quality of life for all our peoples, and the fight to end oppression in other parts of the world. This is my initial contribution, and I want to thank you for your attention.
We want to thank you also, President Ramotar. You've just heard President Donald Ramotar, former president of Guyana, was one of the initiators of the International Peace Coalition, recently formed by Helga Zepp-LaRouche and many others. And we are happy to have him with us today. President Ramotar also made an important point concerning Kennedy and the issue that we're not talking about people who are not flawed. You may remember that if you happen to be here earlier and see the remarks of Martin Luther King, he referenced the idea that everyone did not think that Kennedy had done as much as he should have done around the issue of civil rights. The day after the American University speech, June 11th, Kennedy gave what is now referred to as the civil rights speech. And that speech was given because of the events in Birmingham, Alabama, which had occurred during April and May of the same year, 1963. What happened was that Dr. King had defied John F. Kennedy and Robert Kennedy, who had placed an injunction on any actions, any demonstrations, for example, in Birmingham. And King had defied that and had been imprisoned as a result. And that's why we have the letter from a Birmingham jail. Nonetheless, what occurred was because of the actions taken, particularly by people like the Reverend James Bevel and others, to organize children in Birmingham. In fact, what occurred was that the battle to desegregate the downtown areas, the various shopping centers, Woolworths and others, was won. But what happened was that had caused Kennedy to respond. We will play you a short excerpt now of what he had to say the next day after the American University speech.
In a time of domestic crisis, men of goodwill and generosity should be able to unite regardless of party or politics. This is not even a legal or legislative issue alone. It is better to settle these matters in the courts than on the streets, and new laws are needed at every level. But law alone cannot make men see right. We are confronted primarily with a moral issue. It is as old as the scriptures and is as clear as the American Constitution. The heart of the question is whether all Americans are to be afforded equal rights and equal opportunities, whether we are going to treat our fellow Americans as we want to be treated. If an American, because his skin is dark, cannot eat lunch in a restaurant open to the public, if he cannot send his children to the best public school available, if he cannot vote for the public officials who represent him, if, in short, he cannot enjoy the full and free life which all of us want, then who among us would be content to have the color of his skin changed and stand in his place? Who among us would then be content with the counsels of patience and delay?
We'd now like to welcome Professor Pino Arlacchi. He is a sociology professor at the Sassari University in Italy. He is former executive director of the United Nations Office for Drug Control and Crime Prevention and former European Parliament rapporteur on Afghanistan. Welcome.
Thank you for the invitation to this very interesting conference that starts with the anniversary of John Kennedy's speech on world peace. It is very interesting to compare the general situation of the world in the Kennedy's years and vis-a-vis today. We say that peace is in danger. We say that nuclear threat is again on the table. We see a war going on that could bring nuclear use as a real tool of the war. Nobody thought that this was possible, that this could occur so suddenly and so seriously just in less than 2 years. And I was thinking about this paradoxical situation that we have. After 78 years in which we did not see any world war, my generation, the post-war generation, was maybe the first in the history of the world that never saw a great conflicts between great powers or a world war. The overall situation, the security situation of the world improved dramatically in these last decades. All the scholars of conflicts, war, and so on, almost all of them, stress the fact that we have, particularly after the end of the Cold War, a huge decline in wars, international wars. Last big international war was the Iraq War, 2003. We see decrease in civil wars all over the world. So the reason why peace movements are not showing up so strongly like in the 60s, in the 70s, in the time of Luther King, and peace movements all over the world, is that we became so accustomed to peace that we do not take, when we say we say most of the people, ordinary people, do not see it possible that we can really see a nuclear war. People do not take seriously the nuclear threat. But the nuclear threat is real. And this is the paradox. The paradox is that in this transition from a unipolar to a multipolar world, we are seeing a situation in which a small group of countries, basically the Western countries, plus I don't know why Japan, are completely separated by the rest of the world. So when they say, we are going to have a new world war, no, we are not going to have a new world war. Because the Ukrainian crisis showed all of us that between 80 and 90% of the countries and of the people of the world do not participate in this conflict, did not accept the invitations of the United States and the Western countries to go against Russia and possibly also against China. Not because they are philo-Russian or philo-Chinese and anti-American. This is not the real motivation. The people should understand that. Simply because they live in a multipolar world, they don't see any reason to go back to the Cold War. They don't see any reason to divide the world in two blocks, being West, East, North, South, or authoritarian against liberal countries, liberal democracies. Do not see the world in this way. So why we are in this absurd situation that just in 2 years we started again to speak about nuclear war, nuclear annihilation, world wars. The situation is that basically the United States, they do not accept the idea of a peaceful decline. Multipolar world means that there is not just anymore a country that dominates the world and all the rest, a kind of world government. The United States as a world war. The USA elite understands that they are not anymore the lord of the world. Just the head of CIA recently said that. We are not the big boy, the big head at the table. We stay on a table with other people, and we have to manage this situation. The American elite is convinced that their time is over. But part of them wants to delay the decline. And since we are talking about historical phenomenon, this delay can mean decades, can mean even a century. There was somebody was talking about that we should have another American century before seeing America declining. Others are more rational and think that they should accept the decline, concentrating on America itself, not pretending to interfere and to stay all over the world in every situation with their own political position or with their own armed forces. Others believe that they could stop, interrupt, or reverse this historical process, the American decline. And these are the most dangerous. They believe that they can recreate Cold War sentiment and so on in a much radical way. I was struck listening to President Kennedy's appreciation of the values and of the achievements of the enemies of that time. I don't see in this kind of Russophobia any kind of position like this, and this is extremely dangerous. This situation can easily bring to a nuclear confrontation. I see European public opinion on Russia. It is completely extreme and irrational, which is not the position of the people. Ordinary people are not against Russia, are not against China, they are not against anything. They want to live in peace and prosper and grow peacefully. But elite, particularly the media, in my opinion, are the most dangerous part of the elite in this moment. They have an extreme position on this conflict in Ukraine. For instance, they believe that they can prevail. It is all wishful thinking. In this kind of conflict, there is really no serious chance that Ukraine can win. The difference in capabilities between the two countries is so huge that there is really no possibility that Ukraine can prevail. So most probably we'll have, at the end of the story, a frozen conflict in which Russia can take the territory that it got. It means a great part of the Russian-speaking people in Ukraine, and in a situation that will go on like Korea for many and many decades. So public opinion in Europe is completely irrational. They don't understand that the perception of the Russian is that this war is an existential threat for them. It's in some way much worse than the Cold War. This is the reason why in their doctrine there is the possibility of the use of nuclear weapons. People do not consider all these elements, and this is the reason why we have this paradox. 90% of the world wants to live in peace, do not have any idea to attack any other countries. The warmongering mentality is in a historical low point. Peace movements are not so widespread like 30, 40, 50 years ago, exactly for this reason. Peace is taken for granted. People do not consider, after almost 8 years of peace, that we can go back to this nightmare. But, and this is the paradox, and this is the dangerousness of this situation. We have to do whatever we can to make people understanding that this Ukrainian conflict is, yes, a regional conflict, yes, can be ignored by the rest of the world, but at the same time, it is an extremely dangerous situation that can bring to a nuclear war. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much also, Professor Arlacchi. We are now going to, in light partially of what the professor said, play one other section from the Mozart Requiem performance of 2014, the Confutatis Maledictus, the various translations that one might give, but the idea is that once the evil men have been rebuked, condemned to fierce flames, call me with the blessed. And so, in light of his discussion about the problem of those who are deluded about the issue of empire, we offer this, and we'll continue with the next speaker immediately after. Diane Sare, who is also a co-initiator of the International Peace Coalition, ran for United States Senate last year in the state of New York against Chuck Schumer, and was rewarded for her efforts with being placed on the Ukrainian Center for Countering Disinformation's kill list, as was also done with Helga Zepp-LaRouche and with other of the people speaking here today. And she's here today to talk about her own reflections on the American University speech and what should be done. Diane? We think you're muted.
I was.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. And let me add also that I was not discouraged, but inspired, and am running for U.S. Senate again in 2024. In the United States today, everything is violent. It's not merely that there's one mass shooting every 14 or 16 hours, but even the language is violent. It's the opposite of Schiller's quote from Lessing in Schiller's paper on the Sublime, "No man must." Because all of what passes for news in this country is a lie. It must be imposed by force. If you express an idea which goes against the officially sanctioned narrative, you are silenced. If you try to act on an idea, you are removed. The official narratives, Ukraine must win, or the oceans are rising, or the Russians, Chinese, Iranians, North Koreans, Cubans, Venezuelans, maybe Martians, are meddling in our elections, are not simply stated, but repeated over and over and over again, like BB gun pellets against our better judgment and even against our own observations. This is intended to prevent us from stating the obvious, which is that none of the above statements is true. Our friends and neighbors and family members have become the enforcers of the narrative, even if they don't believe it themselves. If we don't change this situation, there is a very good possibility, perhaps even a guaranteed outcome, that mankind as a whole will not survive. There is a possibility that the American people will have allowed the arrogantly deluded so-called leaders of our nation to destroy the world. 31 years ago, as Helga mentioned earlier, but it was in response, the release of the Kennedy files was in response to Oliver Stone's film, JFK. The US Congress was forced to pass legislation mandating release of the files pertaining to the assassination of President Kennedy. And I would like to just show you that because I found it actually very hard to look up, and I think they want us to forget this. Here is a summary. President John F. Kennedy Assassination Records Collection Act of 1992. Only do they mention farther down, point 3, legislation is necessary to create an enforceable, independent, and accountable process for what? The public disclosure of such records. 4, legislation is necessary because congressional records related to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy would not otherwise be subject to public such records. But in 2017, as Helga reminded us, Donald Trump told Judge Napolitano, if you knew what was in those files, you'd never release them. Biden also has refused to release these files. Is what might happen really worse than a nuclear war, as Helga asked? A few years ago, when Lyndon LaRouche was asked by Patrick Servideo at his weekly Manhattan meeting about doing something to honor the memory of those first responders who had died in the ashes of the World Trade Towers on September 11th, 2001, LaRouche spoke about the necessity of a living memorial and the humiliation of not having acted when action was needed. What does that mean? President Xi Jinping and other Chinese leaders speak about the century of humiliation in Chinese history, from the Opium Wars to the Japanese bombing and occupation of China. And they say they have resolved not only never to tolerate that again, but never to impose such humiliation on others. Which leads to the question, if you are brutally attacked by an adversary, foreign or domestic, as we were on November 22nd, 1963, or September 11th, 2001, or as the Chinese were attacked by the British Empire and the Japanese, isn't the perpetrator of the crime responsible? Why would you say that the victim had been humiliated? Does it mean that revenge is the best way to not be humiliated? Some mob-infested cultures might have you believe that, But I think the way to not be humiliated is to never surrender your identity and dignity as a child of God, even if it means death to your own individual person, because the more important question is the immortality of the human spirit. So what do you do when a monstrous crime is committed? You demand the truth. You demand justice, which is not revenge, but a dedication to rectify the injustice, not by perpetrating another injustice, but by taking away the means to inflict the crime. In the most basic form, this may mean physical restraint, like prison, or enforced disarmament of a warring party. In the case of the United States, the individuals and agencies which have participated in crimes against humanity and crimes against the American people must be removed from power. Why must we do this? Because, as Schiller said, we were born for that which is better. This principle is why Lyndon LaRouche, even 4 years after his death, is still perceived as the greatest threat to the enemies of man. What's the evidence? Try it out. Go out and talk about LaRouche. For his entire life, Lyndon LaRouche was a truth seeker who never gave up asking why. He created an international organization, the International Caucus of Labor Committees, now led by his wife and partner of over 40 years, Helga, dedicated to implementing economic policies to allow for tens of billions of people to live longer, healthier, more productive lives. He wrote volumes about greening the deserts of the African continent, building new canals in Ibero-America and Asia, bringing peace between Israelis and Palestinians, and the creation of a Saudi Arabian Republic by 2023. LaRouche even co-authored an actual constitution for a Republic of Canada. But he didn't sit up in an ivory tower like some impotent academic. He ran for president of the United States, and he met with leaders all over the world, including American leaders like President Ronald Reagan. And his representatives, including emphatically Helga, terrorized evildoers by disrupting their events and speeches, as Jose Vega, Kynan Thistlethwaite, and others are doing today. So now, as Sergei Glaziev has said, LaRouche's ideas have contributed in no small part to the policies of the BRICS, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Eurasian Economic Union, and others, which now represent the majority of the world's population. When you consider what life in the United States should be like, as opposed to the violence and drug-infested cesspool of anxiety and filth in which we find ourselves, you get a visceral sense of the evil of those people and institutions, with their ideas originating generally in London, I will add, which have destroyed us. You also confront the question, why have we tolerated this for so long? Happily, God has supplied us with the remedy. If we continue to go along with this injustice, we simply won't survive. That's the 2x4, which we have to apply to the stubborn and cowardly axioms of our donkey-like friends and neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. And if you've just joined us, we want to welcome you to today's International Schiller Institute Conference on JFK's Vision of Peace. It is a commemoration, but also a mobilization around the American University speech, sometimes called the Peace Speech, delivered by President John Kennedy on June 10th, 1963. Now, to introduce the next speaker, who is a friend of mine, I'm happy to say, of some standing now, we want to and also transition from what Diane has said. We're going to play something from November 29th, 1962. This was the occasion at which President Kennedy was participating in a fundraiser for what was then called the National Cultural Center, later to be called the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. And he made some remarks at that point on the role of the artist.
Thus today, as always, art knows no national boundaries. Genius can speak in any tongue, and the entire world will hear it and listen. Behind the storm of daily conflict and crisis, the dramatic confrontations, the tumult of political struggle, the poet, the artist, the musician, continues the quiet work of centuries, building bridges of experience between peoples, reminding man of the universality of his feelings and desires and despairs, and reminding him that the forces that unite are deeper than those that divide. Thus art and the encouragement of art is political in the most profound sense, not as a weapon in the struggle, but as an instrument of understanding of the futility of struggle between those who share man's fate. Aeschylus and Plato are remembered today, long after the triumphs of imperial Athens are gone. Dante outlived the ambitions of 13th century Florence. Goethe stands serenely above the politics of Germany. And I am certain that after the dust of centuries has passed over our cities, we too will be remembered, not for victories or defeats in battle or in politics, but for our contribution to the human spirit.
The late former Attorney General Ramsey Clark, another friend of Helga Zepp-LaRouche and those of us in the LaRouche movement, had something to say about JFK, which was placed in a documentary about him called Citizen Clark. And he said the following. He said, "There are sayings around the Kennedy Center carved above the marble, above the colonnades when you walk in. And on the back side toward the Potomac, there's one in particular. It's a quote from President Kennedy that says, 'I look forward to the day when America is no longer afraid of grace and beauty.' And I thought immediately when he was shot that that's why he was shot. We are afraid of grace and beauty." Well, the next speaker is not afraid of either of those. He was career Central Intelligence Agency for 27 years and has since that time distinguished himself from a deeper service to his country, the service of dissent, not against the actual principles of the United States, but against the customs and mores of the moment. And it's always an honor to talk to, though he doesn't like it put that way, and to hear the latest thinking of Ray McGovern. Ray, are you there? Yes, you are.
I am. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Good.
You are unleashed.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis. The Mozart Requiem. Confutatis maledictis. Well, yeah, let the evildoers be confused and dissipated. I prefer to focus on voca me, voca nos, cum benedictis. Call us together with those who are blessed. Blessed are the peacemakers. And this is about peacemaking, this conference today. And I just want to start by applauding you all for organizing this, for facing up to the momentous situation today and taking into account this key speech, which shows us so much about what the path ahead could be. Now, I agree with those who have already said that we meet or we confer here at the most dangerous time, well, more dangerous time than the Cuban Missile Crisis. I say that out of some experience. I was a second lieutenant Army Infantry Intelligence at Fort Benning, not very far away from Cuba during the Cuban Missile Crisis. I also speak from 60 years of experience watching Soviet and later Russian foreign policy and US relations with Russia. I could give you a list of why it's more dangerous now, but suffice it to say there is a lack of communication. Even the teletype was available for Khrushchev and for John Kennedy, plus the fact that Kennedy had some very sober advisors and he was willing to stand up to the military-industrial complex. And that, of course, is what did him in. I'd like to go back to the years before John Kennedy's speech and simply remind myself that I joined the CIA in April April 1963, 2 months before that speech. Little did I know that on the other side of those turnstiles, which separated us analysts from the operations people, there was a nest of vipers, assassins. Let me go back a few years, even earlier. I was able to vote for the first time, and I voted for John Kennedy over Nixon. Not a difficult choice. I was a freshman at Fordham University. When I was a senior, I listened to John Kennedy's speech in which he asked us, those of us who had something special to offer, to ask not what our country could do for us, but what we might be able to do for our country. That did not sound corny at the time. It wasn't corny. There were a whole bunch of us came down to Washington, and I spent the next 50 years in Washington trying to do something for my country, whether it was in the CIA or later as a proponent of justice and truth. Now, I want to just speed forward now to what happened right after John Kennedy was killed. And I want to just assure everyone that Dennis and the other folks orchestrating these meetings, to my joy, never asked me what I'm going to say. And so nobody knows that I'm going to cite Robert Frost and his Poetry and Power and his Doing the Quiet Work of History. Nobody knows that, but what I want to focus on is when John Kennedy was killed and the funeral was arranged. A couple of my friends from Fordham came down. We had a little place, a little apartment in Northern Virginia. We put him up on the sofa. And on the way home, a poet named John Quinn, so a couple of years after me at Fordham, he wrote this poem. It's not long. I want to recite it to you because it says a whole lot. Meditation, November 22nd, 1963, the meditation on that date. We remember the winter afternoon, not quite 3 years ago. He's writing at the funeral. Not quite 3 years ago, and the young man and the old man and the old man speaking to the crowded people. The young man had come to set his hand upon a book, to take an oath to the God of our founders, to pledge his heart and strength and youth to the keeping of a dream. And the old man, white-haired, had come to set a poet's gentle hand upon that day, coming from his distant Sabine farm with its conquered birches, to read a verse in the sharp light of the winter sun. The old man is gone. Quoting, I have to be gone for a season or so. My business a wild is with different trees. I continue with John Quinn's poem. But had he lived, had the old man lived. Had he lived, he might have climbed again in his old man's tired way up the steps to face the people. And under the winter sky, he might have changed a bit the verse he had spoken that other afternoon, and the tolling bell and the gun carriage rattled would be still, and the standard slack against the midpoint of its staff in no wind. And the old man sang, as the young man passed in sleep, such as he was, he gave himself outright. God help him now and us. This is our prayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. What we will do now is to hear from Malaysia and Mr. Chandra Muzaffar, president of the Movement for a Just World. He's an Islamic reformer and activist.
Dear friends, peace be with you. We are focusing upon the famous speech made by the late John F. Kennedy in June, the 10th of June, 1963. I first listened to that speech sometime towards the end of that decade, perhaps 68, 69, I'm not sure. I was an undergraduate at the University of Singapore at that time. And it's important to mention that I was in a university in Southeast Asia, and to mention the date because the big issue confronting a lot of students at that time was the Vietnam War. And students at the University of Singapore, some of us, were also very concerned about what was happening in Vietnam. There were campaigns, there were petitions, there were talks on Vietnam. Why is it important to provide this context? Because that speech of JFK in June 1963 was a speech that was delivered by a man who in some ways had initiated the war in Vietnam. We can't run away from that fact. He was the president of the war in Vietnam, where the US imperial power succeeded France and tried to gain control of that country. That was the challenge that the Vietnamese faced. It is important to mention this because it tells us what the contradictions of power. On the one hand, you had a moral voice, if you look at his speech, which was delivered just a few months before he was assassinated on the 22nd of November 1963. So you had that moral voice and the contradiction, meaning by which the policy that was pursued. What does that show? It shows that there was a power that was more powerful than the voice of the President of the United States of America, the whole system that was at work at that time. And this is something that we should keep in mind, because if you look at what had happened even before his June 10th, 1963 speech, the Bay of Pigs invasion, and John F. Kennedy was the person who implemented it, but we know that he was not behind it. There was again that system at work, that powerful system, and they had decided that they would invade Cuba. It was an utter fiasco, a total collapse, that attempt to invade Cuba. And he himself was not happy about it, as we know, but he was there. And likewise in the case of Vietnam, we know from his thinking during the period and before his assassination that he wasn't happy with what was happening in Vietnam, with the escalation that was taking place. And this is something he had confided with his brother. And I'll talk about it in a minute or so. So Kennedy was a victim of the system. The system was the one that pushed for the war. He was assassinated. And in a sense, that challenge to the system came to an end. with his assassination. And yet it did not come to an end with his assassination. Why? Because there was a legacy, and that legacy was actually his brother. Robert F. Kennedy became even more committed to a just struggle, to social justice after his brother's assassination. He was committed to changes within his own society. He became a very vocal and committed champion of the cause of the black population. He became a committed champion of the poor in the United States of America following his brother's assassination. He was still Attorney General, and he was very concerned about Vietnam. He thought that it was the wrong thing to do, that the US was plunging itself into a war which did not serve its own interests. And he became more and more vocal, eventually resigned as Attorney General, stood for the Senate, won a Senate seat quite easily, and later declared his candidacy for the presidency. And Robert Kennedy, it was very clear, was committed to a different policy as far as Vietnam was concerned. He wanted a different type of foreign policy for the United States of America, apart from serious changes to domestic policy. And you can see this in some of his interviews, speeches, and his campaigns, and so on. He won the California primary, and that night he was assassinated. And that was yet another blow to moral voices in the United States of America. John Kennedy's assassination was a very big blow. The assassination of his brother was another blow to moral voices in the United States of America. Once again, it showed that the system was very, very strong. And that system has gone on. The Vietnam War continued right up to 1975, as we know. The US suffered a humiliating defeat in Vietnam. There was the Paris peace talk, and of course an agreement was reached and so on. But even though the United States was defeated in Vietnam and Indochina as a whole, don't forget, it's not just the Vietnamese, Laotians, Cambodians also paid a huge price and millions died. But the machine, the war machine, the system was still very strong. Why do I say this? Because in spite of the defeat in Vietnam, and what many people thought, especially the critics, that they would learn a lesson from that defeat, the machine had not given up. The United States was determined to continue to dominate the world, to control the world. That's what the system stood for. And that was pursued with a vengeance. There were regime changes, there were assassination attempts, there were all sorts of other machinations and maneuvers which were tried in order to achieve their goal of total dominance. Don't forget, it was after the defeat in Vietnam that the US had pursued certain other goals in various parts of the world, including Latin America and in parts of Africa, Asia. So they were still there, perhaps in a more muted form. At the same time, the two major forces against total US dominance, one, the communist bloc, and two, the non-aligned movement, both of them were also being weakened in other ways, not simply because of the US, because of their own internal contradictions. The communist movement, because of various economic, political, security factors and so on, had become much weaker. And in the case of the non-aligned movement, partly because of the goals of development that they pursued and the underlying philosophy of development, it became weaker and weaker, more and more contradictions, and the non-aligned movement was no longer a force. So by the early 1990s, the US, partly because of its own persistence, partly because of the weaknesses in relation to its two major opponents, the United States was right at the top. It was the dominant power. It had succeeded in paving the way for a unipolar world by that time. As we know, the Cold War came to an end in 1991, or thereabouts. An online movement was in a perilous position. And the US saw this as its moment of triumph. It was right there in control of the whole situation. In a sense, it did not have a rival to contend with, but it needed a rival to create a rival in order to perpetuate its dominance, because otherwise how would you justify your huge military, how would you justify your attempt to tighten the grip over the world? And so they created yet another foe, yet another adversary. And what was this adversary? It was Islamic terrorism. That this is the enemy that they had to fight. And we know how the whole thing was fabricated to some extent. I'm not saying that there were no terrorists within the Muslim world, there were, but the force known as Islamic terrorism, the challenge known as Islamic terrorism, was in some ways an invention. And to justify their military power, there was 9/11. There was the culmination of a series of incidents that took place, finally 9/11, and then there was this justification that the US had to fight Islamic terror. At the same time, China was emerging as a powerful state. In 1992, 1995, right up to 2001, 2011, the Chinese were not that powerful, but it was clear that China was going to be another center of power. And so, apart from Islamic terrorism, there was China, eventually as the opponent that the US needed. And so the Chinese threat, the incubus, China, as this foe, this enemy of humankind, of civilization that had to be fought. And that's the situation that confronts us today. We are in a situation where global power, in the name of the United States of America, its hegemony, is being deployed against China, mainly against China now, and against Russia, which in a sense had developed as a result of other changes that had taken place, the resurgence of Russian power to some extent, its military power, and Russia's desire to perhaps rebuild the strength that it lost as a result of the end of the Cold War. But today you have got Russia confronting the United States of America and NATO in Ukraine. Ukraine as the battleground, the Ukrainians as the cannon fodder for this tragedy that is unfolding before us. And voices have emerged once again, asking for peace, hoping that we will be able to end this madness, this insanity, because there's no other way in which we'll be able to resolve this challenge that faces us in the form of the conflict in Ukraine. No one is going to win. More and more lives will be lost. The voices that are pleading for peace are not being given the hearing they deserve. And you have a situation today where some people fear that any time there could be a nuclear conflagration. Because in the ultimate analysis, this is a confrontation for the first time in human history of two nuclear powers. Russia on the one hand and the United States on the other. Of course, it's a proxy war to some extent, at least from one side of the picture, it is a proxy war. The United States wants to continue to dominate the world, and for that they'll have to crush Russia. So for them, it's not Ukraine or the sovereignty of Ukraine anymore. It is basically wanting to crush Russia, which has always been part of the agenda of the war hawks in Washington, D.C. Right from the end of the Second World War, because the Soviet Union was an ally, but after that they wanted to crush the Soviet Union. In the case of Russia, they see it as an existential struggle now, that there's a force that wants to crush them, and they see this as their survival. They have to fight back, and which is why they have decided to continue with this futile struggle. It is a tragedy. It is a pity that the voices of peace are not gaining ascendancy at all. There are many attempts here and there, and I think Helga LaRouche and the Schiller Institute, they are doing a good job in trying to bring various people together, trying to awaken the conscience of humankind as far as this war is concerned. And they are also behind this attempt to give a new lease of life to the voice of someone like John F. Kennedy, and tell people, look, there have been voices like this, let's go back to this principle that he stood for, which is why I think it is important for me to, at least at the end of this presentation, to read a small passage from Kennedy's speech about peace, because we're talking about these endeavors to achieve peace in a situation like this where it seems very, very difficult. And what he said is very significant for people who are today witnessing a different type of United States of America. Can you imagine? These are the words from an American president. We have not had any American president say these things since then. Now what did he say? I quote, "What kind of peace do I mean?" This was the speech he delivered at the American University on the 10th of June, 1963. What kind of peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana enforced on the world by American weapons. War, weapons of war, and the peace, and not the peace of the brave or the security of the slave. I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and to build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all women and men. Not merely peace in our time, but peace for all time. Now that's a sort of vision which should be emanating from Washington, D.C., from the American people, from those who seek peace, citizens all over the world. There is a chance that we would be able to move in that direction if more and more voices would speak.
Thank you, Mr. Muzaffar. So we are now going to go to questions and answers. We've received a whole lot of questions. I want everybody to know that, who will be on our panel. And I think we'll bring everybody up on screen who's actually with us. And we've got Helga, Zepp-LaRouche, Ray McGovern, Diane Sare, Harley Schlanger's there with us. Okay. President Ramotar, very good. And we've got Professor Arlacchi as well. Now, we have a few individual questions for people, and we'll go to that when we at a certain point. But first thing I'd like to ask is any responses from various of you on the panel to any of what you've heard. I'll start with Helga and then ask if anyone else has anything that they'd like to say. Helga?
Well, I'm very happy with the speeches and contributions I heard, because they give me confidence, that, if we spread this word, that maybe we can evoke the better angels in everybody, and that we indeed can help to bring the world in a better and more safe place. So that's all I have to say at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to say anything at this point? if not, we'll start to go to questions. And there's various things we're getting. We're getting questions, we're getting reflections. And we also, by the way, have a few other matters that we can go back to various video on. Okay, very good. So someone first wrote in and said, JFK causes us to remember not who we would like to see as president simply, but the attributes of character which we would like to see in the president, in the presidency, and the citizenry. The ability to change, to develop, to seek higher understanding and cooperation, which is not appeasement, to have an optimistic view of the future. This is truthful and also corrects the endorsement mania, meaning what happens when you get to election cycles in America. You might think of how to say, how to bring this up. And this is a response directly to you, President Ramotar, by the way. That's what I neglected to say. So I don't know if you have any reflections on that. You're muted.
Yeah, so could you kindly briefly repeat?
Well, it basically is just a comment which came from your speech just saying that what's not that concerning the American president, that the idea is the ability to change, to develop, to seek higher understanding and cooperation does not mean appeasement. And to think of, that this should be discussed. And that was all but it came directly in response to your speech.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think that President Kennedy was making concessions in his own views, but my point was that he was realistic enough to understand that that his views alone or the position of the United States alone were not the only thing on the table at the time, and he was an intellectual enough to be able to deal with that and to be able to try to use rationality and to understand that no idea could be victorious unless you had peace in the world. So I think his first objective was to maintain peace in the world, and then we could take it from there. I think that is that is what I saw him. He was not compromising his fundamental views, his anti-communist views. He was not compromising those, but at the same time, he was realistic enough to call for peace. And I think that coincided, in my view, with the thinking of the Soviet leadership at that time. And that is why they were insisting on peaceful coexistence. They were not compromising their views either, but they also wanted an opportunity for have a struggle of ideas within the context of world peace. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, let's see. There's a question which is basically for you, Helga. It's from Tom. He says, I'm surprised with Putin's restraint, but how long is this patience going to last? My question is, what is it going to take to have actual peace talks? Is there anyone out there powerful enough to get the parties to finally sit down and end the conflict?
Well, there are many efforts, You have the effort by the Pope, which is very active. The Vatican is trying to talk to both sides, Ukraine and Russia. Then you have President Lula, who's forming a peace group of countries of the global south. You have the Chinese peace initiative. The Chinese diplomacy is extremely active. Now you have, I think, 5 or 6 African nations who are also going to send representatives to Kiev and to Moscow. And you have many, many appeals, from intellectuals, from people who are concerned about the danger of war. I think, this is a very hard nut to crack, because I think the business side of the war danger is, I think that in my view is why some people absolutely want to continue this game, which is really leading to potentially world war. And it's very difficult. I mean, I'm not a dreamer. I'm not making things up just to make the world look more nice than it is. So I've thought about it very hard, and the only answer I have come up with is that we have to make what we are doing here today and what we are trying to do with the International Peace Coalition to connect as many forces fighting for peace in the world as possible in 5 continents, to make that such a powerful voice that we somehow reach the people who are not aware of the danger. And I think it was several people mentioned that, Pino and others mentioned it, that the majority of the people don't believe that danger exists. And that's because the propaganda of the mainstream media is really massive. I mean, Germany, I could give you every day long reports about how the media is manipulating every news item. It's absolutely, there's no more journalism, it's just propaganda. So the majority of the people who have not yet developed an own method of investigation, because they have developed a truth-seeking approach for their whole life, but people who believe what they hear in the media, what they want to be overheard among their colleagues and friends, we have to reach those people. And the only way how we can reach those so-called mainstream people is we have to make the chorus of people demanding the impossible, or seemingly impossible, that the United States must go back to the kind of paradigm which was represented by Kennedy, in a different way by Franklin D. Roosevelt, by the founding fathers, by John Quincy Adams, by Lincoln. That chorus has to be so loud that we are reaching the mainstream people, and that they say, wait a second, what is that? The vast majority of mankind, 90% of the world, are thinking not like we do, and they demand a different approach. And I can only see that as the only chance that we make the voices of the global South a much, much bigger factor in the equation, because that would be the new thing, because, if it comes from Russia, if it comes from China, it's being dismissed as propaganda. But if, there would be an absolute overwhelming chorus of voices demanding what we are talking about here, coming from Latin America, Africa, Asia, I think that has a chance to crack the thing open. That's my belief.
Okay. Anyone else want to make any remarks on that? Okay, Mr. Arlacchi, I think you're muted. Are you all right?
Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. No, I believe this is the central issue, what just Helga said. The difference between Kennedy's view and today's view by the political elite is exactly this. Kennedy was the head of an imperial power, perfectly aware of the situation, was not out of touch with the reality. He knew that his power had limits, and the main limits was the nuclear war with the main enemy. The fact that the nuclear war cannot be won by anybody is essential to understand the way of thinking of Kennedy and the way of thinking of most political elite of the time. Today we have media that produce just propaganda and wishful thinking. We have a tremendously inadequate political elite in Europe that is out of touch with the reality. There is no serious evaluation in Helga spoke about Germany, I can talk about Italy, but the situation of other European countries is the same. There is no real evaluation of what is the situation, of the possibility of Ukraine to win the war, and also of the major risk of a nuclear confrontation. This is written in the Russian security document. They say that if Russia is going to suffer an existential threat, they are going to use all the armaments at their disposal. Russia was not in the same situation during the Cold War. They knew they could be annihilated, destroyed by American bombs, and vice versa. Today, they believe they suffer an existential threat. People can easily question that. No, it is not this way. It is just an issue that they attacked. They are the aggressor of Ukraine, and that is it. And no one has an intention to invade Russia or attack Russia from Europe, from any other places. This is absolutely nonsense. This doesn't matter what you think or I think about Russian perception of an existential threat. Is what they think. And they think they are in this situation. Ukraine is the same. Ukraine government believe the same. They are in a situation of existential threat. In this situation, it's extremely difficult to speak about regular compromise, a negotiation that end up with the peace treaty. Also because there is the president, the terrible president of the Minsk, the false agreement at Minsk that destroyed any possibility that Russia believes a serious commitment on the Ukrainian question by the Western powers. When Mrs. Angela Merkel and François Hollande and others, they say that they negotiated, they guaranteed the Minsk agreement, not because they believed that was a solution, but because it was just a way to buy time and arm Ukraine. They basically destroy the possibility that this war ends like many other similar conflicts. Large autonomy to the region that are suffering because of the ethnical diversity. This was the Italian situation with South Tyrol, that was an agreement that worked very well. Or in other situations, like, I don't know, Azerbaijan and Armenia, they are now negotiating an agreement in which the area in question enjoys very large autonomy, and but remain in the sovereignty of Azerbaijan. Like South Tyrol. South Tyrol was an Austrian territory that Italy got after the First World War, and the solution was this. The Ukrainian situation, in which you have almost half of the country, which is Russian-speaking, is basically the same. Large, extremely large autonomy, rights to profess to speak their language and to have their political autonomy, but not change of sovereignty, limitation of sovereignty. This is the way international community solve this kind of problems. But now the chances to get this are almost zero, because Russia does not accept that. Russia does not believe that USA or Western powers will negotiate a Minsk-free agreement. The Ukrainians say that they want to back all their territories, which is completely unrealistic request. So frozen conflict, as I said before, is the most viable solution. But to arrive to the frozen conflict, we have to have a kind of solution on the battlefield. And this is the point where we are today.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that Diane has something to say at this point, and then I'm going to introduce a new level of complexity into the discussion. But won't say what I'm going to do yet.
Okay, thanks. Well, just in keeping with what Helga said about the world, Americans, I think, often don't think about what the rest of the world is thinking of us, even though I think most Americans, if you ask them, would say, well, of course we'd prefer to have a leader like John F. Kennedy or Abraham Lincoln or Franklin Roosevelt, but how do we get there? And frankly, haven't been fighting hard enough on that question. But it brought to mind a poem sent over by a friend, written by a Russian poet immediately after the assassination of President Kennedy. And this also relates to what I said at a meeting last Saturday on the question of tragedy in the case of Don Giovanni, and what happens after the fire of hell swallows him up for his crimes, and the people continue their party, which was the point. This writer, and it looks like it rhymes in Russian, but I don't speak or read Russian, so I'm going to read the English translation. The poet is Evgeny Yevtushenko, and he writes a poem called Americans, Where is Your President? The church bells sobbed across America, and birds slowed down their flight, while the Statue of Liberty, her hair all gray, sadly wanders through America. She wanders through the gloom of night, away from her detested pedestal, and asks severely with bitterness, Americans, where is your president? Answer, grandiose sequoias. Answer, lofty skyscrapers. How could you, America? How could you, America? Tell me. The cars rush once again to picnics. Broadway again is all decked out in lights. But you, answer directly. Show some courage. Americans, where is your president? And you, lift up your lamp toward the firmament and speak as woman and as mother, Statue of Liberty, who's been shot through, and curse the freedom to kill. Americans, what happens to you now? Stop and take thought, if only for a moment. Let your conscience wake you up at night. Americans, where is your president? And I think this would have been very good for Americans to have heard this at that time, but happily, since we're all here, it's not too late. And I think it resonates precisely with what Mr. LaRouche said after 9/11 about the question of the humiliation of not acting when action was needed. So yes, I think these voices from around the world can definitely help us to move some people in the United States to have courage to do the things that they ought to have done and should begin doing immediately.
I want to create the following. I want to show a video which is from November. Well, actually, it's a video that's created. It's an audio from November 4th of 63. Now, Kennedy is discussing the coup against the Diem regime in Saigon, which his office has authorized, and it's carried out. And this surfaced later. And the reason I'm playing this is because it will allow, particularly Ray, as well as others, and Harley can perhaps be a little bit of assistance in explaining some of the personages you're going to hear named. But this will speak to the question of the limits of power and also the issue of the complexity of what we are actually discussing and what we're actually undertaking. I think everybody will have something to say about it. So we can show that video for here in a minute. And as a particularly disconcerting element in the presence of John Kennedy Jr., which may be important.
Monday, November 4th, 1963. Over the weekend, the coup in Saigon took place. Culminated 3 months of conversation about a coup, conversation which divided the government here and in Saigon. Opposed to a coup was General Taylor, the Attorney General, Secretary McNamara, to a somewhat less degree, John McCone, partly because of an old hostility to Lodge, which causes him to lack confidence in Lodge's judgment, partly as a result of a new hostility, because Lodge shifted his station chief, in favor of the coup was State, led by Abel Harriman, George Ball, Roger Hilsman, supported by Mike Forstow at the White House. I feel that we must bear a good deal of responsibility for it, beginning with our cable of early August, in which we suggested the coup. Period, in my judgment, that wire was badly drafted. It should never have been sent on a Saturday. I should not have given my consent to it without a roundtable conference in which McNamara and Taylor could have presented their views. While we did redress that balance in later wires, that first wire encouraged Lodge along a course to which he was, in any case, inclined. Hawkins continued to oppose the coup on the ground that the military effort was doing well. There was a sharp split between Saigon and the rest of the country. Politically, the situation was deteriorating. Militarily, it had not had its effect. There was a feeling, however, that it would. For this reason, Secretary McNamara and General Taylor supported applying additional pressures to Zem and New in order to move them.
Hello. Naughty, naughty.
Why do the leaves fall? Why does the snow come on the ground?
Because
Why do the leaves turn green? Spring. And where do we go to Cape Ansport? It's summer.
And then your horses.
I was shocked by the death of Zim and New. I'd met Zim with Justice Douglas many years ago. He was an extraordinary character. While he became increasingly difficult in the last months, nevertheless, over a 10-year period, he'd held his country together, maintained its independence under very adverse conditions. The way he was killed made it particularly abhorrent. The question now is whether the generals can stay together and build a stable government, or whether Saigon will turn on public opinion in Saigon, the intellectuals, students, etc., will turn on this government as repressive and undemocratic in the not-too-distant future.
So I suspect that several of you will have comments, but I'd like to start with Ray, because I think it will be particularly meaningful to him, and then ask everyone else to say whatever you'd like to say about that.
Well, I would say first and foremost that the candor that President Kennedy expressed on having been appalled by what happened and having taken a share of the blame and not being quite clear in those subsequent wires, having not consulted with General Taylor, McNamara. That's candor that is refreshing and has been absent since then. Now, with respect to the coup, it had a certain blessing from the Ambassador Lodge. None of us in the CIA analysis part thought it was a good idea, but we weren't running the show. The CIA was being run by the operations part as usual. And, I met Lou Canine, and he's got chapter and verse. Well, he's dead now, but he told me chapter and verse of how it went down. So it was the beginning of the end, as President Kennedy forecast. Now, isn't it interesting to sort of compare it to today? Who are the hawks? Happens to be the Department of State. All those guys that really was supporting Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge. And who are the, not doves, but who are the sensible people? Oh, the military. Secretary of Defense, McNamara. General Taylor, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or maybe he was President Assistant to the Military Assistant to the President. Hello, what goes on here? That's what's going on now in Ukraine. The Ukrainian army, highly touted, highly trained, exquisitely equipped, is getting its rear end kicked right now in 1 week of quasi-offensive operations called the counteroffensive. And I dare say that if our military have any sense at all, they should have warned the president, look, this is what's going to happen. These guys are not up to it. We better find some other way out of this. So interesting, isn't it, that you have part of the CIA, the operations people, okay? You have the military, and these hawks in the State Department. I'll just finish with this. When Bill Bundy was part of the State Department, and his brother McGeorge Bundy was the assistant to the president for national security affairs, okay? These guys were the best and the brightest. They went to the same schools as Blinken and Nod and Sullivan and George Stephanopoulos and all. They were very well heeled, okay? Best and the brightest. And did they feel that they could stand up to the president? Well, I'll give you a little vignette. After McNamara wrote his book saying, oh, we were wrong, we were terribly wrong, McNeil and Lehrer of recent fame on NPR had this little interview. And they said, now, McGeorge Bundy, we have already established that there was no attack on that second day in the Gulf of Tonkin. And yet the president went up and got the Congress to approve a war on that basis. How did that go down? And McGeorge Bundy says, well, I was sitting at my desk and the president come. Now, the president, a very tall fellow, he's a pretty dominating. He looked down at me and he says, well, Mac, are you going to go up and sell that Tonkin Gulf resolution to the Congress now? And I said, well, Mr. President, it's not very clear what we have to. And the president said, looking down at me, Mac, are you going to do that? Are you going to sell Congress on this or are you not? McNeil, oh, what'd you say? Oh, I said, oh, yes, sir, I would do it. Now, you get these people who are so enchanted by power, okay, and so convinced that they can make things work. You get them in positions of power, they will not stand up to a president, whether he's overbearing or whether he's non-compos mentis. And so, you have a president now that really is not up to it. You have Blinken and Sullivan and Noland running this thing. It's going to come to a very bad end if at the end of this counteroffensive, all these tanks, Leopard tanks from Germany and elsewhere, tanks, but no tanks. They're destroyed. 50 to 100 tanks have been destroyed within the last few days. What will these best and brightest do now? Well, it's up to us to make sure they do the right thing and not double down. Last thing, this is very appropriate, very much to the point. John Kennedy had already approved 2 executive orders. One, to get 1,000 troops, U.S. troops, advisory troops, out of Vietnam by the end of the year, 1963, and the bulk of the rest of them by the end of the year, 1965. he was going to give Vietnam and Southeast Asia to the communists. That's the reason the CIA was able to get the military in on this plot. We couldn't let the communists take over Southeast Asia. The president is being sort of traitorous. And so that's how all this stuff goes down. We have to get some honest people in office, but we also have to put pressure. You know, if the thing is frozen, it's up to us to light a match to it, and get that thing to melt. That's all I'll say on that issue.
Thank you, Ray. Anyone else want to comment? Okay, Harley?
Just two quick points. This question that I think Helga mentioned it, that the leadership is out of touch with reality. If you want an example of that, look at Blinken's speech in Helsinki last week, where he welcomed Finland to NATO and went through a story about how Russia's isolated, Russia's collapsing, the Ukrainian people are going to be victorious. Who is he speaking to? Most of the world doesn't believe that. So on the one side, you have leaders, people who are making policy, who live in their own world. And most of the time, they're unchallenged. Now, what I found really striking about the Kennedy excerpt is, in a sense, he was thinking out loud. He was making his thoughts for the people he was talking to help him come up with a way of explaining it to the American people. Part of the problem with what Ray just said, Kennedy had these two executive orders. He was planning on getting out of Vietnam. The problem he faced was the political problem of the 1964 election. And so he was told by his political advisors that if he moves decisively in Vietnam to leave, it will have a negative effect on the 1964 campaign. And that's why he was postponing a decision, even though it's clear in what he's saying, especially his contempt for Henry Cabot Lodge, who, remember, was the vice presidential candidate against Kennedy on Nixon's ticket in 1960. It's clear he knew what he had to do. Now, we don't have that today, at least in any of the ostensible candidates running for president. And that's why it really comes down to the point Helga was making. We have to have a bigger, louder, better tuned chorus in the population. It doesn't have to be the whole population. It does have to be a significant number of people who are capable of waging a battle of ideas and a fight for truth. And I think this is the real question that we're posing today, is that everyone take responsibility for this. Don't wait for someone in the administration or someone in the opposition. If you look at the Congress, it's not going to happen. We have to think out loud, talk with others, think for ourselves, and then go out and discuss this as if our lives depend on it, because they do.
Okay. I have three questions which I'm going to direct at some point to Mr. Professor Arlacchi. Before we do that, there's one other comment which I think probably Helga will want to respond to, and others might have something to say. This is from Loretta. I'll just give the first name. She writes, "Dear everyone at Schiller Institute, after reading up on the conference material, it appears that your anti-war effort is very one-sided. While it is highly critical of the U.S. foreign policy, it seems to completely justify Putin's aggression and dictatorship regime. Not a word directed at his abuses against his political rivals and against the Russian people for over 16 years and counting. One of the testimonials speaks about losing faith in the election process in the United States. By contrast, there is no mention at all on how Putin carries his, quote, elections out in Russia. Furthermore, I noticed that you don't have a single reporter or guest from Russia. In my view, under the disguise of peacemakers, you are clearly playing into his hands. After reading your platform of peace, where you don't speak up against Putin, my questions are, why don't you direct your criticism and cries for peace to Putin? Is your view that he is the victim of the West, and who is funding and supporting you financially? Okay, so that is the question. So you don't have to take it, others could take it, but I figured I would place that into play here.
Well, I was asked by another interviewer a few days ago that, what I say about the accusation that I'm a Putin Versteher. That's a German word, which means, somebody who understands Putin. I think Ray said it at one point, that one should understand Putin because, if you don't understand him, then you have a wrong evaluation. I think that, the question reflects basically minimum 30 years of distortion of history. And, I'm in a very comfortable position because I'm not an observer of history. I take the pride that, my late husband and I and our whole movement, we were trying to influence the development of history. Lyndon LaRouche prognosed in 1984 that the Soviet Union would collapse if they would stay with their then existing rejection of a peace proposal. He had made the SDI, or what became known as the SDI, and which was adopted by President Reagan on the 23rd of March in 1983. And he predicted that if the Soviets would remain on that course, they would collapse in 5 years. Now, that was pretty close to what happened. And, he also suggested in 1988 that the Comecon was facing a terminal crisis and that German unification would happen soon and Berlin should be the capital. That happened exactly 1 year later. And because we had worked on a reconstruction program for the period after this to happen, we were on the scene. When the wall came down, we were the only force who had a policy what to do. Namely, we suggested the transformation of the Warsaw Pact countries or the Comecon countries with Western modern technologies, which we called the productive triangle, Paris, Berlin, Vienna. And that proposal, while it was well received by the German industry and others, because of the geopolitical opposition, it did not become realized. But when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, we extended that and called it the Eurasian land bridge. Now, that proposal today is very much in affinity with what China is doing with the Belt and Road Initiative. This is a long and complicated story. The only reason why I'm mentioning it is because what we are saying is not some tea leaf reading from newspapers, but we have been on the scene. We knew firsthand, because we talked to relevant people, not only in East Germany, in Poland, in Czechia, in Czechoslovakia. So, when we are saying certain things, it is based on the authority of being time witnesses. And from that standpoint, I can say absolutely clear that, the promises by NATO not to move 1 inch to the east were broken. The NATO has moved 1,000 kilometers to the east. They're still moving east in the form of global NATO. And that is what is the cause of this disaster. We were also on the scene because, we had an interest in, developing the Eurasian land bridge to the Maidan coup in 2014. We followed it every day. We knew what happened with Victoria Nuland. We listened to her strange tape with Ambassador Pyatt. We heard what she thought about the EU, which I don't want to repeat here because I'm a lady. I think that the question reflects a complete bias on the, being fed by the media for I don't know how long. But I can only assure you, you better read up on your history.
Okay. Ray?
Yes. Now, let me just, since I'm in a personal vein today, let me tell you this. In November of 1989, the Berlin Wall fell down, okay? Wow! I became 50 years old a month or two before then, and I said, my God, mission accomplished. The Soviet Union is going to fall apart. Let me retire early. I could get an immediate annuity in their special program. I served enough time overseas. I retired in January of 1990. In February of 1990, I was so elated to hear James Baker, on the behalf of President George H.W. Bush, promise that he wouldn't move NATO 1 inch to the east. I said, oh, God, this is great, Ray. Go work in the inner city. Clap yourself on the back. You defeated the Russians. Everything's going to be all right. Even the CIA, which has been politicized, is going to have to reckon with these new realities, okay? Oh, so that's my background here. I retired really elated that the Cold War was over, that we had promised not to make it worse, that I have to concede, I had my doubts about the reunification of Germany, okay? I lived in Germany for 5 years. Some of my best friends are German, I have to say that, okay? But the notion that, well, I was alive for the whole World War II. Maybe I saw too many World War II movies, okay? But I didn't like the notion of a reunified Germany. Matter of fact, NATO itself was established to keep Germany down and unreunified, separate, okay? And Russia out and the US in. So this went across the grain of everything I thought. But then Baker made this promise. All right, well, it's going to be okay if they're reunified, if they don't move NATO 1 inch to the east. So what your questioner really needs to know is that this was a promise, a solemn promise that was broken. Now, one other little personal insert here. I was in Moscow, I guess 7, 8 years ago, been there several times. And I had a chance to ask Viktor Kuvaldin, who was one of Gorbachev's principal foreign policy advisors. You see him in all the pictures with Baker and all the others, okay? I said, Professor Kuvaldin, he teaches now at Moscow State. Professor Kuvaldin, why was that promise not written down? And he looked at me and he said, well, the standard answers are that the Germans hadn't approved it yet. And of course, it was about Germany, right? And that the Warsaw Pact still existed. And both of those are true. But Mr. McGovern, he looked me right in the eye. He said, the real reason is that we trusted you. That trust is now gone. And Americans don't understand all that because they don't know the history. And that's a function of the mainstream media that has kept them deprived of an honest rendition of what happened since the Berlin Wall fell down, since that promise was made, since Putin took over and rebuilt what had been left of Russia after our Harvard boys and financial wizards exploited it, pretty much took out the oligarchs did their job on the Russian economy. Putin came in, started to repair it. It's well repaired now. Certain people in Washington and the West don't like that much at all.
Okay, Diane?
Sorry, I just want to say something in response to that question, because you used a couple words that ring alarm bells to me, and I don't know who this Loretta person is. Perhaps you do. Peacemakers, which is the English for the kill list, Mirotvorets, on which Helga and a number of speakers on this panel have appeared. And the typical FBI, CIA question, where do you get your money? So I think the questioner is suspect. I want to say that very clearly. I don't think an honest person, even the New York Times, has been forced to admit that the photographers from the West who are deployed to take pictures of the front lines find themselves asking the Ukrainian soldiers to please, couldn't you cover up that swastika so we can take your picture, because it's going to be really hard to continue to get support for this war if people know that people on the front lines are advocates of the odious, to use a word Scott Ritter uses all the time, the odious legacy of Nazi collaborator Stepan Bandera.
Okay. Pino, did you have something? Go ahead.
Yeah, the question is that the typical product effect of the intoxication of a public opinion that we have in Europe and in the United States. And I'm frequently asked similar questions. So every time I do an analysis, an opinion about the war, which is a war between great powers, and we analyze different positions, political positions, so on, there is always somebody who you should declare if you are pro-Putin or against Putin. You must say that Putin is a bad guy, that Russia is an authoritarian country, and so on. This is, an effect of intoxication of the propaganda machine. In Italy, we had important newspapers publishing a list of the so-called Putinists in Italy. Everybody who has an opinion on the war that does not is not the same of the mainstream media is immediately accused to be Putinist and so on. It's a very stupid way to put the question. I met both Putin and Biden. Biden, we have been quasi friends for almost 30 years because we knew each other because of the Biden report of the drug trafficking to United States and Europe. I met Putin a couple of times when at my time in the United Nations, and of course I have an opinion on them. But that what is important? It doesn't matter. We are talking about a big issue, which is a big war between two big great powers. We are talking about solutions and so on. Why we should declare if I like Putin or I like Biden and so on? It's a really stupid way to put the questions. It's also an effect of Cold War left over that we should have put apart once and for all.
Well, I'm glad that we've actually segued to you anyway, Mr. Arlacchi. We have a few questions. Two of them are very similar. This is from Adrian. Mr. Arlacchi, it was reported this week that opium production in Afghanistan has plummeted since the U.S.-NATO pullout in 2021. Do you think this could be the beginning of a stable and lasting decline in worldwide opium and drug production? And could the Western public start to see the benefit of a post-unipolar world order as a result of this? So that's one statement. A different but similar statement is from Marsha Mary Baker, who just says, would you please draw out the points you think everyone should appreciate about this announcement this week that has fallen drastically in the last crop year, down to the low level achieved in the year 2000 to 2001 when you were at the United Nations working on this. The Taliban government of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan announced in spring 2022 that they would accomplish this, and reports show that they have succeeded. And thank you for your sharp article warning of the delusion of having a frozen war in Ukraine, which the EIR Weekly will publish this week. So, any comments you have on that?
Yes, I'm dealing with Afghanistan since more than 30 years, and I tried, when I was the head of the drug program of the United Nations, to eliminate opium production in Afghanistan through alternative development. And I negotiated a kind of agreement with the Taliban. At that time, we're talking about end of the 90s. And I mobilized the international community on making pressures on the Taliban, also on the issue of women's rights and all the rest, in exchange for international help to start an alternative development program of elimination of drug crops. In the year 2001, the Taliban they enforced the prohibition of opium production that we suggested to them, and there was almost zero production of opium in Afghanistan. So we demonstrated that it is possible to do that. Unfortunately, September, October, the same year, USA invaded Afghanistan. And the first thing they did, Mr. Rumsfeld and his friends, was to make an agreement with the warlords who were formerly controlling the drug production in order to fight so-called terrorism in Afghanistan. It means green light to the production of narcotics. Taliban were completely out of the picture. And after the USA invasion of Afghanistan, drug production skyrocketed again. Now I'm seeing that after so many years, USA withdrawal was followed up by an increase of opium production. In this case, it is totally unrelated with any issue like this. There was effectively an increase of opium production because it is an issue of not controlling the territory by the Taliban, because it is an issue of the nightmare which is Afghanistan today. So I would have been extremely surprised if in this situation drug production would be reduced or even significantly or eliminated. The Taliban, they don't have any kind of serious control of the territory. So even if they would do it, and their policy is not in favor of opium, is still, even with this new generation of the Taliban, against opium, but they don't have any kind of resource, strength, and so on to do anything significant in Afghanistan today.
Yes. All right. We're going to, there's a sort of second question to you, and I'll go to that. Almost more like a comment question. This is from Hisham Khalid. It says, what is your evaluation as an expert on international drug trafficking of the investigations also done by the LaRouche organization that have identified the so-called French connection as the executor of assassination attempts against JFK and de Gaulle? I don't know that that's precisely what we said, but that's what the reference is here. The questioner also is saying that is asking about whether there was any connections between those assassination attempts or assassinations and the assassination of the celebrated anti-colonial Italian figure and ally of JFK, Enrico Mattei. Okay, so it's both a kind of a question and assertion. So if you have anything to say about that, Professor Arlacchi?
No, I don't have any definitive final ideas on that. It's mostly, hypothesis. Kennedy assassination, my idea is this internal issue. I believe that there was internal conspiracy against him, and with probably a kind of American mafia participation. Mattei's issue is completely international. Mattei was killed because he was he was seriously threatening the Seven Sister policies in Iran and elsewhere, offering different conditions and so on. And we have testimony by mafia people in Sicily who have been asked to set the sabotage of Mattei's flight, of Mattei's airplane, by their friends, their cousin in America, that have been asked and paid by CIA that in turn was working with the Seven Sisters. I wrote a book on this, and the testimony of this mafioso is extremely serious. He was considered a good witness for all the most important mafia trial in Italy.
Okay, and what we'll just do as a way of doing a little bit of amplification of that is we have a section from Jacques Cheminade that we played a few weeks ago on the question of de Gaulle. But before I go to that, Helga, I just want to reference something that was also said, was a reference because of Marcia Baker references in her question that she also was part of Operation Ibn Sina. Another question, which is a little bit unformulated, is what was that? And it was the idea of the Operation Ibn Sina that you had proposed, an alternative to the war policy. And is that the kind of thing that you're trying to do with this notion of a security and development architecture?
Yes, when NATO and the US left Afghanistan in 21, the country was plunged into an unbelievable humanitarian crisis, which unfortunately, continues to exist because 85% of the budget of Afghanistan had come from donor countries, and they cut it off because they didn't like the Taliban. So, the country was really, 97% of the people are food insecure. And I don't think that has improved a lot because, Taliban government is under extreme sanctions and no banking system and so forth. So I had the idea that, one had to, really end the misery of the Afghan people who have been under war for 40 years. And, I can only begin to imagine what it means if 2 generations grow up under war conditions. So I thought that the suffering had to have an end. And given the fact that, the Belt and Road Initiative is really developing a whole perspective to integrate the Central Asian region through economic development programs, and several projects are already on the way now. So I had the idea to encourage an economic development of Afghanistan in particular, with the idea that it should be connected to the person of Ibn Sina. Now, Ibn Sina is an absolutely fascinating person. He's one of the great medical geniuses in history, on the same level like Galen or Hippocrates, the Greek doctors. And he developed a canon of medicine of 5 books, which is absolutely fascinating. He lived from 998 to 1037, so about more than 1,000 years ago. But his medical work was the standard until the 17th, 18th century in Europe. He influenced a lot of philosophers in Europe. He's known as Avicenna in Europe. Generally, he influenced Dante, Cusa, and many others. He's a very fascinating figure. So I suggested that one should have a development program associated with him. And, we are working on that, because I think this is still extremely important to be realized. Now, fortunately, there are some changes going on, which make it more likely that this could be realized. For example, due to Chinese mediation, there is now a rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And as a consequence, a lot of the regional conflicts have become less acute, or there is a chance for negotiations. So, I'm very hopeful that, this region can be developed to a better future.
Now, actually, we have 2 questions, one from South Africa and one involving Palestine. And I actually want to make sure we get these in. So though I said we would do this thing with Jacques, we will get to that. But given both the time differentials and otherwise, I definitely want to make sure we get to these. So this is from Ishmael Fowley in South Africa, and he says this: "It is clear that the United States and its partners seem to be desperate to see South Africa be unable to host the BRICS summit due to what the USA ambassador did and the International Criminal Court arrest warrant for Putin, which, if successful, might create more tension since the weapon of the elite is media and propaganda. In addition to the existing African peace mission of 6 African governments, what else can the African states do further to ensure that the JFK world peace idea is achieved? And I neglected to mention that one of the people that would respond to this would be President Ramotar. President Ramotar, do you have something to say about it right now? If you want to start us off. We're not hearing you.
The opportunity. You hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, allow me to take the opportunity to make some other general comments in relation to some of the other questions that were made before. I think in some ways our task is even more difficult than our predecessors who were fighting for peace at the time of Kennedy and Khrushchev. Because if you remember just a little bit before Kennedy's speech, Eisenhower had made a statement warning America about the growth of the terrible military-industrial complex and what it could mean for the United States. And I believe that the killing of John F. Kennedy was the actual consolidation of that power that Eisenhower was speaking about. Because I think that Kennedy was probably one of the last presidents that was standing up to the military-industrial complex and standing up to the growth of the power of his own bureaucracy that existed. And look at the size of the American security forces. They've all, I believe, have become some level of Frankenstein monsters, like the CIA. It's no longer a body of just accumulating intelligence to help the American administration to make informed decision, but it has become a tool in the overthrowing government of sabotage and many others. And a lot can be said about some of the other agencies as well. And I also recall that when I looked at what happened in 9/11 and 2001, I was passing through the United States at that time. I was on my way to Guyana from in transit in the United States. And there I saw, in a way, the power of the bureaucratic state. And I came to the conclusion then that the United States is such a country with such a powerful bureaucracy that it can probably run without an elected government, the way people were putting things in place. And if you read Richard Clarke's book, Against All Enemies, that idea came out to me about how powerful the bureaucracy was. So I will say that I don't know if Kennedy was alive, if he would have been able to make that type of speech today, because of how powerful the military-industrial complex has grown. And not only that, they have taken over all aspects of life. In my opening remarks, I mentioned about the interlink with the military, the finance capital, industrial capital, and the media. The control of information is also a very, very powerful tool in the hands of those people. And sometimes it appears that the elect, and also we've seen several studies that shows how much money is being pumped into the elections campaign, not only in the United States in the presidential elections, but also in state and congressional elections and so forth. And that is why you could get questions that we heard just now from the lady, questioning us for trying to fight for peace and displaying a total lack of understanding about what is actually happening in the world. And that is why I think our task is even more difficult. There is a good sign that has recently been coming up in the question of the social media. And I've been seeing that, for instance, Tucker Carlson went on social media and he had, 88 million people listening to him. Now, what I think we should anticipate is what will be the response to that? What will be the response to the powers that be, the invisible government, as Philip Agee had called them? What will be their response to that in trying, because I don't think they will want to leave that by itself, that it will, how they will try to control that, to prevent those kind of independent views that are now on social media from continuing. Therefore, I think that one of our anticipation should be to try to defend social media, to try to keep it as far as possible as a vehicle to ensure that the promotion of freedom of speech, freedom of information can continue. And we should raise our voices very, very strongly in support of those independent media people who are often taken off of YouTube and taken off of different platforms of what is going on. So, because that question that you had clearly reflects how deep the penetration of misinformation that exists in some of the main centers of the world, where you have some of the most sensitive things that are taking place. So that is one of the things I believe that we have to be focusing on, to collectively to come up with a strategy to defend social media and social information. There are some other people too that although I think there is some general disappointment with some of the behavior of some people that at one time showed promise, like people like Bernie Sanders and the Ocasio-Cortez and what have you. They've shown a lot of backsliding over this period, which also reflects the power of the state in these areas. And they themselves are becoming very cautious of not to becoming so radical. Bernie Sanders has practically abandoned speaking on international issues completely and concentrated only on bread and butter issues within the United States itself. So I think that we should probably try to encourage them to come out, because they have earned some level of reputation, they have earned some recognition in the society. And those are some of the areas that we should push for to try to get some of these things resolved. I don't think I answered the question in a direct way, but I hope that some of what I've said would probably contribute to some of the answering of those other questions.
Well, I'll just say the following about this. I see Ray has his hand up and he'll probably take something up. What we can do is, I think we would go for about another 30 minutes, if that's okay with people. There are various questions. There are a lot of questions, but now we're going to start to streamline it. And I have a couple of things that might help to season things as we go toward the conclusion. So, Ray, if you want to go first, and then Pino, did you want to say something again as well? Okay, fine. So we go to Ray first and then to Pino. Ray?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I thank President Ramotar for his remarks, and what I have is really just a footnote. What President Eisenhower said in that farewell address talked about the military-industrial complex, of course, and he said how you can prevent the accretion of power by this complex, whether it's desired or not desired. We know it's desired now, okay? How you can prevent that? The antidote is a well-informed citizenry. Whoa, okay. The question that people have been referring to is an example par excellence of a ill-informed citizenry. And you can understand it. It's regrettable, but you can understand it. So here's Tucker Carlson. What are they going to do to him? Well, as President Ramotar suggested, it's up to us to prevent them from doing what they want to do to Tucker Carlson. We have this internet, right? We have a way of communicating. We have proof positive that it works. Robert Kennedy Jr., okay? 4 weeks ago, he had 20% of the possible Democratic voters. Huh? A lot of people here didn't know he had declared for the presidency. More recently, he had 30%. Oh, now it's up to 35. Where does he get that support from? The internet, from social media. So I couldn't agree more with President Ramotar. We have to make sure that we stand up for continued access to that and to realize that this is the only antidote to the military-industrial complex, as Eisenhower warned us about so many years ago. You count them up, 1961.
Okay, very good. Pino? I think you're muted again. Yeah, we can't hear you. Please unmute.
Yes, I have to correct a statement I did just a few minutes before, answering a question about Afghanistan opium poppy cultivation that increased according to the person with the question, and I agreed with that, after the American withdrawal. A collaborator of me just sent to me a report that occurred just a few days ago, so I was not aware of that, made by one of the major experts on the field of Afghanistan, that says the opposite of what was asked to me and what I said, because even experts like me can be victims of disinformation. All the information we got was that after the withdrawal of the Americans and the Taliban government, there was an increase of opium poppy cultivation in the country. This was based on guesses. Now we have a full investigation made by real people, by David Mansfield, who is a real, serious, and reliable expert, that says, in the reality, an effective ban on poppy cultivation has been imposed in Afghanistan in 2023, and opium production will be negligible compared to 2022. In fact, resolution manager shows that in the province of Helmand, which is the most important province for the cultivation of opium in Afghanistan, they produce more than 60 or 70% of all production in the country, shows that in this province, poppy cultivation has fallen from more than 120,000 hectares in 2022 to less than 1,000 hectares in 2023. A reduction that surpasses any prior national poppy ban in Afghanistan, even the prohibition of 2001, about which I spoke before. This is a major piece of information that changed completely the picture, because Afghanistan is producing more than 90%, 95% of heroin consumed in Europe. And this will have a dramatic effect in the following months on the drug market all over Europe. And this confirms what I said about the 2001, that the withdrawal or the intervention of the American forces had a very, very negative effect on opium poppy production. Thank you.
All right. The next thing we're going to do is to play an excerpt from the interview that we alluded to from with Oliver Stone. And this is done in order to sort of, as we begin to wind down, put us back in focus on the American University speech, but also I think that Helga, Diane, Ray for sure, Harley as well may have some things to say about Stone's reflections in this section. Partially it's on American University, but it's also about various things in the United States. And so we're going to play this here, probably not the full excerpt, but a portion of it, just to get some response from you.
Thank you again for giving us the time and day for you to be interviewed by us. It's an honor and we appreciate it.
Sure. My pleasure.
I think to just kind of start us off, I think what Diane and I are trying to succeed in our mission is we're trying to get people our age, 18 to 30, to try and think about what it means to actually have an alternative. Because it's one thing, I think, to be rebellious against the oppressive system that we're all in, but what do you replace it with? And one of the things that we've really been promoting is this Kennedy speech that he gave at American University. And I believe you're familiar with it. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah. And
one of the great speeches of the century.
And so it's the 60th anniversary of that speech, I think in 3 days or so. And what is it exactly, what is your characterization of that speech, its importance, and how do I get people my age to actually go to that as their vision for the future?
The speech kind of went under the radar at the time, as I remember. It wasn't particularly noted until afterward. Kennedy had a very busy last 6-8 months of his life. This was many things were happening. It's interesting that he gave that speech almost a couple of days apart from when he gave his civil rights speech about the situation in Alabama. He gave a beautiful speech. And you should familiarize yourself with that speech too, because it was one of the really first eloquent statements about civil rights. And it prefaced a lot of what Martin Luther King was going to say in his I Have a Dream speech. In fact, I'm sorry, it did come after his, the I Have a Dream speech came in August, correct? August 63. No, it was right before it. It was actually a few months before it. You should read that speech because it's got grandiloquence to it, and he quotes Lincoln, and it's a beautiful speech. But his peace speech is extremely, to me, layered. It's a layered speech. He mentions many themes, among them reconciliation with the Soviet Union, and that was so important. And it was, as you know, it came after his near confrontation with the end of the world in 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis. This speech said that we're on the path to get it together with the Cold War was a myth. He knew this, but I mean, it's very hard to move a country away from a Cold War situation when you're spending billions of dollars on defense. As Eisenhower himself said, it's funny that Eisenhower spent the most amount of money, at the same time left behind a situation which he said was tragic. He said this is all the functions of state are going to be poisoned and contaminated by this relationship with business and the defense industry. And he meant it, and he was right, God damn it. So, and Kennedy carried that on, and he saw the same problem, although he didn't agree with Eisenhower on many things. And I think one of the most beautiful things in the speech was he recognizes the contribution of the Soviet Union in World War II. How many people were killed in the Soviet Union fighting the Nazis, fascism? He at the time, he said something like 26 million or something. But the truth is, now we know the numbers are going up. And the latest actual research numbers are something closer to 39 million, and something like 20-some million were soldiers. So it's quite a huge sacrifice they made, and that is what has played a huge role in the Russian attitude towards the West. And people, I guess, in the West don't really recognize that. They don't realize the 4 or 5 of every German soldier killed in World War II was killed on the Eastern Front, not on the Western Front. Now, that's not to say the West did not contribute. They did. Lend-Lease was very big to Russia. Lend-Lease, we were shipping them petroleum, all kinds of products, which was crucial to their effort and kept them going at a time when they were very, very deprived of everything. But you have to say the Russians did pull themselves up by the bootstrap. And Kennedy, he acknowledged the damage done to their country. He said 1/3 of that country, basically the Ukraine area, the whole western section of the country, had been decimated by the Nazis. It was so he said from here to Chicago would be the equivalent, meaning in the Soviet Union. From New York, from Washington to Chicago is what he was relating to. In that speech, he also and he said it's time to realize this, and it's time for our countries to basically get it together and respect each other. And he emphasized not a Pax Americana. That was what people were thinking at the time, that it was an American peace governed by American weapons of war, which is what we have to some degree now in the world. In other words, he was counseling a real peace of understanding, of compassion, of mutual respect. And we never achieved that, believe it or not. We never achieved that. Briefly, I believe, he was killed soon thereafter, and his peace initiative with the Soviet Union went down in the toilet. Lyndon Johnson was a pedestrian politician and a stupid man because he got himself involved in a ridiculous war 6,000 miles away. He knew, he must have known better than to do that, and he kept fighting it. He never gave up because America cannot lose. It's a point of honor that Nixon kept emphasizing. We have to have a peace with honor. That peace with honor cost the Vietnamese millions of people, and it cost American lives quite a bit, and it destroyed a lot of the country in the sense of up here, our morale. We came back from that war, and I was a soldier there, much more callous about the world, we didn't consider at that time Asian people to be human beings in the same level that we were. I mean that it was a form of racism, but that existed, and it still exists. Now, of course, we've come to respect the Asian race because they made a lot of money, and they're very good at business and organization and society. And these people, but at that time, it was a whole other ballgame, and that war was one of the insanities of life that you have to live through. Everyone's going to live through some kind of insanity. I'm sure you will too, or you probably have already. But anyway, Kennedy's dream was shattered, but it still exists. It exists in the hearts of men and women and the young generation who he inspired. Ron Kovic, whose book I made, Born on the 4th of July, into a movie, was one of those people who was very inspired by Jack Kennedy. And many people were. And he's coming around now in history again to be recognized. He was dismissed, marginalized by the shortness of his office by the historians, saying that he was a good speech guy, but he didn't really accomplish anything, which is really unfair if you really look at what he did. And we don't have time to go into that now. We're not talking about John Kennedy, but people like Noam Chomsky have just not up to date on the research and all the things that Kennedy did and tried to do. And speaking to all the African countries, to Nasser in the Middle East, to Indonesia, Sukarno, he was really reaching out to the third world. You can say he was a third world conscious person. And he knew that there was a history of oppression against the third world. And he knew that the Russians were getting the better advantage of it because they hadn't been in Africa oppressing or colonizing the place. So Russia was much more appreciated by neutral countries in those days. But you couldn't be neutral because the United States kind of came down on you. John Foster Dulles' policy was that neutrality is appeasement.
All right. So any comments that anyone would like to make on what you've just seen? We'll start with any of the Americans. Ray, I see you have your hand up.
I'm an American, and I want to know about the financing, Helga, because if you guys are getting money for this kind of thing, I want a piece of it. After all, I make a joke, okay? I make a joke. Not a joke is the difference between John Kennedy and our present government in Washington. John Kennedy knew the worst of war. John Kennedy had an immediate sense of how he might have been partly responsible for destroying the rest of the world. He stayed firm on Cuba. He was not at all sure that Khrushchev would back off. Khrushchev did. Why? Because Khrushchev was smart enough to realize that for him, it was just a little gamble putting missiles in Cuba. For Kennedy, it was an existential threat. Now, if we look at that closely and we think about the situation today, Khrushchev was recognized by Kennedy as a human being. They communicated, albeit by teletype or Ambassador Dobrynin, but he was able to play on his humanity to make sure he realized how high the stakes were for the United States. Fast forward to now. Military experience, Blinken, 0. Sullivan, 0. Nolan, 0. Biden, 5. 5 deferments during Vietnam. That reminds me of, Dick Cheney had 5 deferments during Vietnam. Some of the others of us served. Big, big difference. So this is why it's really pretty perilous. Why it's so perilous here. The other thing that's mentioned here, that Oliver Stone very presciently mentioned, is racism. Why is it? Why is it that General Westmoreland, after Vietnam was over, spoke eloquently about how life is not precious in the Orient? Life is cheap. The Oriental peoples don't put the same price on life. I have the video clip. That's what he said. Now, what about these other Orientals? Chinese, in other words. You know, it's the yellow peril again. It's so easy to do things like bomb people who don't look like us in Nagasaki and Hiroshima if they don't look at us. So that's part of all this, okay? We ought to be cognizant of it. We ought to remember it. And it's so anti-American. If you get right down to the core values of America, it's so anti-American, it's hard to believe. So when My Lai happened and Cy Hirsch uncovered it, what was the report from the Army? What did it say? It said that between 345 and 504 Orientals had been massacred in My Lai. Orientals. So we have to get over that as well. Bottom line for me is that we have a very dangerous situation now where, unlike Cuba, we have people who are totally unfamiliar with war and its effects. And that puts even more a burden on us to make sure that we do everything possible to educate our fellow Americans and others to the perils of war and what's at stake as this team in Washington plays willy-nilly with threats of defeating Russia, not realizing that means nuclear war, and you can't contain nuclear war with little tactical weapons. That's all I have to add. Thank you for listening.
Okay. I know Pino has something, but let me go to Diane first. He's definitely going to have something. Go ahead, Diane.
A couple of things. I thought very striking Oliver Stone's comment that Kennedy's amazing speech went under the radar, and I'm certain that that's true. The people he was addressing, probably most of them at the time, had in fact, all of them, hopefully all of them, had no idea that this president was going to be assassinated later that same year, and that what he was saying in that speech might have something to do with his future assassination. And I think it's worth considering the efforts, this question of censorship, what are they trying to silence? And again, I'll come back to Lyndon LaRouche and some of the remarkable things that he has said and done, which largely have been kept from the public. Ramsey Clark pointed this out often, and I think it would be worth it for us to consider not only the words of Lyndon LaRouche, but those words that are being spoken prophetically now or have been, that we should be studying and be taking more to heart. The other aspect is this question of the Vietnam War, which Stone said caused us, people came back more callous. I think many people came back destroyed, broken, completely demoralized, guilt-stricken over what they had participated in. And I think it's worth considering that perhaps the intention of that war tied in with the assassinations of this 5-year span of both Kennedy's, Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X, that the purpose of this war may actually have been the destruction of the United States.
Okay. Harley, I think you had your hand up, then I'm going to go to Pino, I promise. Go ahead, Harley.
Let me just make 2 points. On this question of the going under the wire or not being noticed, Kennedy's speech, Ted Sorensen, who is one of the people who wrote it with Kennedy, said that they made no pre-announcement of what he was going to say because of the fear that it would be somehow rejected or shut down. And this is, I think, it shows the courage that Kennedy had in giving this speech, that they knew that they were going to run into opposition, or they would if the speech were generally known, but he gave it anyway. And the discussion on Vietnam that we just saw, he was prepared to move against the military-industrial complex of the time. Now, many people have written to me recently because I've been talking about this Kennedy situation, and they said, well, wasn't Kennedy really part of the establishment? Well, in a sense, he was. His father certainly was. He wouldn't have been elected president probably had he not been. But what he demonstrated was the courage to change, and change in some way that was there in the 50s with his anti-colonial views. But then as president, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, he changed. Now, this is important because of what we're looking at today. You asked the question, how are we going to change this? Well, Helga's been making a point that Americans must be brought to understand, and also Europeans, that our enemies are not Russia and China, that's the media story, that's the myth from the people who are the war hawks and so on, but our own permanent bureaucracies are the enemy. Now, in order to get people to come out and fight on that basis, the average citizen has to have the courage to change. Not just being content with having some talking points about it, or saying it's too hard to change or you can't reach people, but having the courage that was shown in the case of Kennedy, or especially in the case of Lyndon LaRouche, who had never shirked from taking on the big guys, the networks that we're talking about that were responsible for the assassination in these wars. So I think the point is that this, changing is what's human, and sticking to a position, especially when that position is being discredited by everything that you can see, is not courage, it's actually cowardice. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay. Pino? Unmute.
It is quite important to stress the difference between civilians and military people in the USA about wars. And this appears very clearly with the Ukrainian war. The only reasonable statement about the war has been done by some military person. They said that there is no way, no military solution to the Ukrainian war, so alternatives to military must be done. This is a learning process that the American military did after Vietnam. They lost in Vietnam, and they lost in almost every other wars they did since then. They lost sometimes militarily, sometimes like in Iraq, they won military but lost politically. Sometimes they lost on both counts. And so they learned that they lose the war. They are not able to win any war. So what they are interested in, the military-industrial complex, it is interested in the threat of war, keeping alive the threat of war to maintain and increase their budget. They are not interested in the actual war. The risk of losing it is too high because they never succeed to win this war. Civilians are completely irresponsible. They do not understand. McGovern correctly stressed the fact that they have no experience in war. They don't know what is it. A real war with a real battlefield and so on. This occurs the same in Europe. We are now guided by political leaders that don't really understand. They don't have the lightest idea of what is a war and what is a battlefield. Unfortunately, they are still in power, but I believe that with the final end of this Ukrainian war, no European government will stay in power for so long. They will not resist the end, the not solution of the Ukrainian war.
Okay. Okay, we're going to take two more questions and then go to summaries. Helga, this question is for you from Dino Gavancho Ciliani, Vice President of the Education for Development Civil Association. I believe he's from Peru. And it says, first of all, my greetings and congratulations to the members of the Schiller Institute and the distinguished speakers for organizing this momentous event. I would like to make a comment and then a question. Regarding the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, I would like to say that many Peruvians who have followed the conflict objectively and carefully understand that it is actually a conflict between NATO against the Republic of Russia, using Ukraine as the instrument. And we can perceive this reality. And he goes on, it says, we found a parallel with the war that Great Britain launched against our country, using the Chilean government of that time as an instrument, as declared by the Secretary of State of the U.S. government at the time, Representative James Blaine. Goes on, says some other things. And here's the question that's asked. How is it possible that large sectors of the population continue to accept surreal narratives developed by power structures alien to nation states, and that are not only are they unaware of the true colonial processes involved, but also, like the German population in Hitler's time, accept and support policies such as the prohibition of artistic expressions just because they were created by Russian artists? I mean, the prohibition of the works of Tchaikovsky in Europe, for example, as well as the forgetfulness of the important role that Russia played in freeing us from the Nazi threat in World War II. Is the planet facing a permanent process of social engineering in the same style as the Nazi propaganda ministry? What kind of social engineering process continues to be implemented globally to continue stunning the cognitive and moral capabilities of the population? But the most important question is, how can the institutions of the planet work to immunize their populations from this apparent process of social engineering and distortion of information? What kind of cultural and educational processes should be promoted by nation states to raise the cognitive and moral capacities of their people? What is the recommendation of the Schiller Institute in this regard?
It may not come as a surprise, but my answer is Friedrich Schiller. Because, the reason why the Schiller Institute is called according to Friedrich Schiller is because, when I looked at a name to give to the effort to create an institute for statecraft, this was in '83 when I thought it was urgently necessary. And by the way, I wanted to say that, even Kennedy talking to, people from, the intelligence apparatus, somehow, it's as if it would be natural that coups and subversion and all of these things are a legitimate part of power, like against Diem in this case. The Schiller Institute was founded with the idea that we need a completely different idea of statecraft, whereby you would not have coups and you would not have interference in the internal affairs of the other country, but that you would relate to the best tradition of the other. Like, when you're talking to an American, you don't want to talk about Vietnam crimes all the time or the Iraq War or whatever other things you could mention. You would talk about the high points of American culture and vice versa. When I'm talking to somebody as a German, I don't want to be reminded entirely only about the 12 years of horror show of the National Socialism. I want to be reminded of Cusa, of Leibniz, of Kepler, of Lessing, of Schiller, of Goethe, even Goethe, had some good sides, Beethoven, and all these other great minds. And I think we have to gradually shift, or not so gradually, and really adopt a different mode, because I think that the foreign policy conception, which takes as granted the legitimacy of these coups and things like that, is an outgrowth of geopolitics. And once we move to the new paradigm, which is eminently on the horizon, a new relationship among nations, which the BRICS countries, for example, are trying to implement right now, and many of the Asian countries and the African countries are clearly, trying to establish. Then, you do not have the kind of zero-sum game where, the advantage of the one is the disadvantage of the other, and therefore you have to manipulate and blah, blah, blah. I think that's really part of an oligarchical way of thinking, which we must overcome. And I'm absolutely confident that we will be able to do that, because we are human, we are not some kind of a 2-year-old or 4-year-old boy who permanently has to kick the knee of the other one to be the top guy. I think eventually we will grow up and relate to each other as, intelligent, morally developed people. So the answer to your question is, look at the aesthetic education of Schiller, and in a similar way of Confucius. And, there are some other such thinkers like Humboldt or Yuan. I forgot the other name of the first education minister of the New Republic of China. But it is the idea that through education, aesthetic education, you can elevate the emotions. And the reason why people are manipulatable by the media is because, the oligarchy wants to bring out the worst in people. Because, when they are piggish and selfish and pornographic and violent and all of these things, it's easy to manipulate them. You can shift the views of people by bringing out the worst in them. So our task is much more difficult. We have to bring out the best in people. And the way to do that is apply the aesthetic education method, which is the most developed in Friedrich Schiller, because he had the ideas that through great classical art, the music of Beethoven, the works of Shakespeare, the works of Schiller and many other such great poets and composers, I mean, there's nobody exactly like Beethoven, I want to say. What happens when the listener listens to this composition, at least for the moment of being involved with the great piece of art? You have to, engage in the beauty of what you encounter. And that is both sensuous, because the beauty appeals to the senses, but it makes it better, it improves it. And the more people engage in great classical art, poetry, painting, especially music, the more their character improves, especially when it's combined with the intellectual, with the effort to intellectually understand the composition. So, we have to make people better people. And you can recognize, I mean, Confucius said you can recognize the character of a state by looking at their music. If their music is degraded, the country is degraded. If the music is elevated, the country is elevated. So that is why I think we should get rid of certain ugly music. Like there is right now in Germany a big scandal about this band called Rammstein, which may be not so accidental, because it has the same name like this space, which is the coordination center for the wars in the Middle East and elsewhere now against Ukraine. The Rammstein band has one M more in their name, but it now turns out that they were involved in a totally disgusting, sexual molesting and against, so that is ugly. So why do we listen to ugly things? Why do we allow ourselves to be drawn into the pit of drugs, of degeneracy, of all ugly things? It hurts our soul. And our soul is a very precious thing. It has a potential. And either we protect it and we nourish it and we make it more beautiful, or at one point we lose it and then we are becoming like beasts. So the aesthetic education is my absolute best recommendation, because you have to change the way how people think. You have to ennoble their desires. And classical great art is the best way. Schiller said, you have to catch people in their leisure time, because when they're working, it's very difficult. But in their leisure time, you have to playfully bring them up to a higher level. And that is, why the Schiller Institute, one of the many reasons why the Schiller Institute is called Schiller Institute. So please read Schiller.
All right. All right. The final question was from Sal Mansour. And I want to read this one because it talks about a conflict that seems to have been forever. So we're talking about peace. It's important. He asks, what vision does the Schiller Institute have for promptly ending the colonization of Palestine, along with the suffering and unjust treatment of Palestinians since 1948? He goes on to say that the suffering began after World War I, when the British colonized Palestine and then handed a land that they did not own to the Israelis. And he says, I hope that the core of the Schiller Institute's vision, if one exists, is not based only on economic development, since this is not a dispute between two parties, but rather a very clear colonization project, like what happened in many parts of the world, South Africa, India, Algiers, etc. So that is what the questioner states. And as I said, since we are talking about as a whole the issue of peace, this is always a matter that I think we should not ignore. So I'm asking. So that's the question. Anybody want to take this up?
Well,
I see both Helga and Ray. So Ray, why don't you go ahead first?
I was just going to say I'm not running for anything. I don't care about the Israel lobby, so I can say, look, it's time enough. We just marked the 56th anniversary of the intentional killing of U.S. Navy sailors during the Six-Day War. Okay, 34 sailors dead, 174 wounded by a deliberate Israeli attack. Do we feel no shame in having covered that up? We need to feel no shame in confronting the Israelis for what they continue to do to our brothers and sisters, Palestinians, on land that they have occupied for centuries longer. than when the Israeli Zionists came in 1948.
Okay. Helga?
Well, realistically, I think it would require that the United States enforces international law, and that means the two-state solution. That obviously means what to do about the settlements, which have practically step by step tried to make that two-state solution impossible. That has to be undone. But I think it can only occur if the United States becomes a real America again, as it was intended by the founding fathers. And then, in the context of the development of the entire Southwest Asian region, starting from Iran to all the way to Syria, to Egypt, to Turkey, that region, which is now in a process of developing a different economic system, will create conditions in the next future, provided we don't have World War III, where the sovereignty of each state can be guaranteed by the economic development of all of them. And a problem like that needs a higher approach, and that higher approach has to be the new Silk Road conception, the World Land Bridge report approach, where basically all countries can realize their real interest by working together. And I think that is a potential now on the table because of what happened between Iran and Saudi Arabia, because of the effort to create a new economic system which will be based on the sovereignty of all countries. So it is not, in my view, solvable between Palestine and Israel, but it has to be a change of the order, at least of all of Southeast Asia.
Right. So, where we're at now, Diane? Yes.
Add to what Helga said, and also, since I am a candidate, why not say something? I think the question is the United States, Russia, and China. That is, how can you prevent people or groups who have been used by colonial powers, namely the British, French, others, US, to get into a habit of continuous war to stop it? And that means that you need to have the US, Russia, and China on the same page to actually address this. And that's all I say. I concur. Otherwise, concur with what Helga said, but I think it's very important because if you have that combination, as you see what China already did, as you have some idea what Russia is doing with regard to Turkey and frankly Israel in a certain way, then if these three nations can work together, you can create the conditions where some of the thorny problems can be solved.
All right, very good. So at this point, we're at the conclusion. We're going to ask people to give summary remarks on anything that you've seen or heard, any other reflections or anything you'd like to add. I think I'll start with Professor Arlacchi. Please unmute. Unmute.
Sorry. I appreciate this discussion because I believe that this is what we need. First, to clarify ideas and analysis we do, in order then give a contribution to the discussion on international issues like this. I believe that, particularly in Europe and in the United States, there is a tremendous need for good information, good analysis, and also a bit of mobilization and engagement. It's a crucial moment. I'm not so the long term. I'm not so pessimistic. I believe that this war in Ukraine will teach a big lesson. particularly to the Western powers. This atmosphere of pessimism, depression, lack of enthusiasm for the future that I see all over Europe is not matched by attitude of the rest of the world. The rest of the world is growing. We have already a new international order, a multipolar world that until a couple of years ago was just a word. I remember in my time in the UN, we used to say that we are in the multipolar world since 20 years. But now it's a reality that everybody must confront with. So, and this is very positive. I believe that the multipolar world is much better and positive world than the previous one. Look only at what is happening in the Middle East. People are not familiar with data. But look, terrorism. Terrorism decreased by 90% in terrorism. This is a huge change. We are in the 50th year in a row that terrorism activities decrease all over Middle East and disappeared basically in Europe. Look at civil war in Syria is over. Look at relationship between countries that were former bitter enemy, like Saudi Arabia and Iran. But look also relationship improving with Egypt, with all big power in the area, with the Turkey between Turkey and Syria, and so on. And BRICS, and all the rest of the world, the new world, multipolar world. And I believe this is very positive. It has very good positive effect of international security and on personal freedom and human rights. Look at the number of people who are killed outside, of course. Ukraine conflict is really a very bad exception to a trend of the world, which is not so bad, like people would understand. And I believe that we have also this task. It is important that we spread good analysis and good information.
Thank you. President Ramotar? Oh, is he with us? Yes.
Thank you very much. I have quite a lot of ideas running through my mind at the moment as we speak, but I must say that this conference is important, and I think that we have to continue with sessions like this, but also to try to link it with whatever possibilities we have to do some of the more practical work on the ground that is very, very necessary, and to turn this movement into a mass movement. I also believe that we all agree, I'm not saying anything new, and we all agree that peace is the most important issue of our time. But I think in calling for peace, we must link it up with the whole question of disarmament, first nuclear disarmament, and then general disarmament. And that is what I think President Kennedy in his speech was also speaking about. I think he was expressing, implicitly, he was expressing some fear of what is actually happening today. He was trying to prevent proliferation of weapons. At the time when he spoke, it was only the Soviet Union and Russia, UK had a small amount, France had a small amount, but look at what is happening today. Nuclear weapons are being proliferated in different parts of the world. And I believe that is one of the objectives of President Kennedy's speech, which we, I believe, must take up in a more aggressive way. That peace, we cannot prepare for war and expect that we will have peace. We have to prepare for peace by calling for disarmament and the removal of these terrible weapons that we have. So that is something I would like to say. I would like also to comment on the question of Palestine, which has been very close to my heart as well. Palestine is not only a colonial question, but it is probably on the highest level of a human rights question. Here is a whole people that is that is being disseminated, dispersed, and harassed, murdered, and killed every day. And all the talk that the United States administration speak about their love for American lives, they said not a word about Shireen, who was an American citizen, that journalist who was killed, deliberately killed by Israeli police. Not a word about Rachel Corrie, whose name is gradually being forgotten as one of the persons who stood up for Palestinian people and from some of the atrocities that has been come up for them. So I think their talk about their love of American life sounds very, very hollow when they don't say anything about real heroes of the American people who try to defend the weak and the powerless in the different parts of the world. And I think we have to do much more in solidarity with Palestine. And what is happening in Palestine today, I believe, in my own view, that it is somehow linked to the destruction of the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union was there, as bad as it was never at this stage. But with the weakening of the peace forces in the world, this is what did the advantage that is being taken over the Palestinian people. I want also to touch very, very briefly, I know it's a very sensitive subject, and particularly for Americans, and the whole question about racism within the society. And I sometimes believe, I mean, we all have to fight to get rid of racism in the country. I think that there is some effort to incorporate different ethnic groups within an administration that is determined to dominate the world and to exploit peoples everywhere. We've had a Black president. We got a Black minister of the defense. We have Black people at the United Nations. In the United Kingdom, we have Asians in the top 3 or 4 position in the United Kingdom, but it is bringing no benefits to people anywhere. And therefore, I think I agree with Helga's position that we must emphasize more our common humanity, because we find that one race can be as exploitative and can be as destructive as the other. When you listen to the woman in the United Nations about Russia, when you see the Minister of Defense talking about these things, when you see Sunak in the United Kingdom taking the position that he's taking, I think those who probably thought that it would be a little bit better if you had different races in those positions must be sorely disappointed if they actually believe that, and not thinking about what is really oppressing us is the system that exists in the world, and it is the system that we have to continue to challenge. But as I said, our first call of duty is for peace, but we must not forget that it is linked with these other social struggles that we have to continuously undertake. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, President Ramotar. Harley?
Well, Dr. Arlacchi was talking about the end of the unipolar order and the emergence of a multipolar world. I think, in fact, what we're looking at is the potential for a world in which nations act for mutual benefit. And we put an end to the divisions. Now, where do these divisions come from? This is why Mrs. LaRouche keeps stressing the whole question of geopolitics. If you look at what Kennedy was faced with in the Cuban Missile Crisis, in the US-Soviet confrontation, this goes back to the post-war period when Churchill intervened to make sure that Roosevelt's vision of a world of mutual benefit was not realized, and instead you had blocks, you had division. This is the question of polarization of societies, the use of race, of religion, of tribal, of national issues to turn people against each other. It's the identity politics that's polarizing the United States right now. And the only way to overcome this is to have an approach that starts with the end of geopolitics. But what does that mean? That means economic justice. That means the fight for ensuring that we reverse this control by corporate cartels, whether you want to call it the military-industrial complex. Ray has his own approach to this. But the fact that there are special interests that control governments that aren't acting for the interests of the populations of those nations. And we've got to create an international movement where people recognize the common interests they have with other people who may not look like them, may not pray like them, may not eat like them, but who nevertheless are human beings and do have common interests, and overcome this idea of dividing, which is at the core of the whole British imperial policy that's essentially dominating US politics today, with this idea of a unipolar order or the rules-based order.
Thank you. Ray?
Well, I applaud the conveners of this conference. There's nothing like it, and that's a good thing for those of us who participate. It really speaks ill of other fora who should be sponsoring conferences such as this. I'll be brief. I have already talked about the inexperience of policymakers in Washington. I should also emphasize their arrogance, their feeling of exceptionalism, their feeling that they are indispensable, because that's at the core of all this. It takes a rather puerile or at best adolescent form. You have the President of the United States last October on a live Mac saying, nobody F, you know the rest of that word, nobody F's with a Biden. Okay. You have before President Biden, people who would say, presidents who would say, Russia is nothing but it's a gas station dressed up as a country. Right. Hey, Pushkin, you finished changing that oil yet? Hey, Tchaikovsky, what are you doing humming those songs? Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, get your faces out of those books. Yeah, right. Right. A gas station dressed up as a country. I guess what more is there to say? I think Helga's got her finger on the pulse here. It's our common humanity that we have to stress. We have to get out of this notion that we're exceptional, that we're somehow privileged, that we white people are somehow better than other races. I guess I was moved by Mozart when you played that part of the Requiem, not only the Confutatis Maledictis, but Voca me, call me. Voca uns, or no, Voca nos, call us, with the peacemakers. That's what we need to be. Call ourselves with the peacemakers. As for Beethoven, that famous Ninth Symphony that he wrote, that fourth movement, the words come from Schiller, Friedrich Schiller. And they are, of course, alle Menschen werden Brüder. All men and women are becoming brothers and sisters. That's a vision that we all share. Let's be optimistic for the future, because look around. Those of us who participated in this and those who are watching, there are enough of us. There are enough of us. All we need to do is do what we can, and the future will be a lot brighter than it appears at this particular juncture. I'm confident of that, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ray. We very, very much appreciate you being with us here today. Diane?
Well, on the one hand, I'm much more pessimistic than Mr. Arlacchi about the Western leaders. I think they are hopelessly pompous and arrogant. We see Henry Kissinger at the age of 100, and he hasn't really gotten any better. But I am more optimistic about the people. I think that the people may be learning a lesson from this, which is perhaps they shouldn't have tolerated these pompous jerks for such a long time, and they're going to figure out a way to change the situation. And part of what fuels my optimism is not only what happened at the Rage Against the War Machine rally, where you had people of very different political backgrounds and views coming together against nuclear war, but also I think there are really attempts to induce Americans to really start fighting amongst each other and doing terrible violence to each other. I think that's part of the intent of the way these poor migrants are being deployed. Think about the evil cynicism of using human beings as weapons, as a battering ram against other human beings, like some of the horrific videos that are available where you pay one homeless, mentally ill person to fight another, that kind of sickness, ugliness. But in fact, they are trying to do this, or with the mass shootings, which are horrific enough, but they have not so far erupted into mass shootings where everybody has a gun and everybody starts killing each other, or where people are actually engaged in violence against the people coming here to seek asylum. We have such crimes, but given the economic hardship and the way things are being pushed and the crazy hysterical narratives that we see by probably bots and FBI agents in the social media to incite violence, Americans have been rejecting it. They don't want to do that, that people want unity, that people want community. And I think what's very urgently needed, and Helga had said this, and others actually, Mr. Arlacchi also, there is a better way, and there are billions of people on the planet who have discovered that it is possible to have a clean, modern city, that it's possible for people to have health care and good nutrition, and that we have to share with our fellow Americans and people in Western Europe who may travel a bit more but still seem a little oblivious, that the rest of the world is not really satisfied with living in the kind of conditions that we are coming to accept in the United States. And I think armed with that insight and a vision for a better future, that I think there is great potential and there's momentum already to throwing off some of the rotten, ugly axioms imposed on us by certain individuals and institutions.
Thank you. Helga?
Well, I want to, on the one side, really get people alarmed because Monday starts the Air Defender 23, practically parallel with Bolt Ops 23. And remember, Bolt Ops, the Navy exercise last year, was the cover for the Nord Stream sabotage. So one has to wonder what will be happening with Bolt Ops 23 parallel to Air Defender 2023. And then in July, there will be the NATO summit in Vilnius, where they de facto want to integrate Ukraine, if not, as a full member, but in all other functions. So this is a very dangerous time. And I would really urge you, look in our website for the International Peace Coalition. We will try to expand that, become a member of it, cooperate with us, because we have to make the international peace movement much, much stronger. And I think everybody is really required to make that work. On a more optimistic note, I fundamentally believe that the universe is creative, that it's self-developing, that, it is based on the lawfulness, which Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz described as that it's built in such a way that an evil always causes a greater good to occur. And, even Goethe had the same idea. He put it in the mouth of Mephistopheles. I don't know how you pronounce this in English. In the Faust play, where he says, Mephistopheles says, ich bin ein Teil von jener Kraft, die stets Böses will und stets Gutes schafft. I'm a part of that force which always wants to create evil, but always creates good instead. And I think that is the way, that, the universe is, and the human species in particular. So we have to bring out the goodness in people and, encourage them to become more noble, to become better people, because, nobody wants to be a pig. Some people decided that, but I think the majority of the human beings are much more happy when, they are in company of good people, of creative people, of poets, of composers, of conductors, of, people who just cherish their humanity. And I have a very optimistic perspective for the future, because I think we are now in the stage of coming out of infantilism, even, adolescence, and that the age of being adults and creative adults is already on the horizon. So in that spirit, just join with us to make this work.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Helga.
Thank you.
Harley Schlanger, Diane Sare, Professor Pino Arlacchi, President Donald Ramotar, Ray McGovern, Helga Zepp-LaRouche. I want to thank you all for being with us today, and also Mr. Chandra Muzaffar, who was unable to be with us from Malaysia, was unable to participate in the live session. We want to again encourage you to join the International Peace Coalition. You can also go to the Schiller Institute site and see the urgent appeal by citizens and institutions from all over the world, including the United States, to the next president of the United States. Okay, so, and you can sign that as well. We're going to conclude today with the Agnus Dei section, Lamb of God, who take away the sins of the world, have mercy on us, grant us peace. This is from Beethoven's Mass in C. This is a performance that was done by the Schiller Institute Chorus November 18th of 2018 at St. Bartholomew's Church in New York City, conducted by Maestro John Segerson. Soloists are Indira Mahajan, soprano, Linda Childs, alto, Everett Subtle, tenor, and Kostas Sourakis, bass.
Dawn.